I remember the summer of 1998 like it happened yesterday, even though it's been decades now. I was 12 years old then, back when life was simpler. I lived in a small subdivision on the edge of a rural area just outside a quiet town in Nova Scotia, Canada. Our neighborhood wasn't anything special, just a row of cookie-cutter houses lined up like dominoes with gravel driveways, some chain-link fences, a few sheds in the yards, and a mess of kids always out running around. We didn't have malls or big arcades nearby. Hell, even the gas station was a decent bike ride away. But what we did have was woods. Big ones, dense, rough, and completely wild beyond the last row of houses. You could look out from someone's backyard, and the trees just swallowed everything past the property line. That was our playground, our world. We weren't really woodsmen by any stretch. Most of us were suburban kids. We rode bikes, played street hockey, made dumb little forts with stolen lumber, and spent our summers chasing each other with sticks pretending they were swords. Occasionally, we'd step a few dozen feet into the woods behind our houses to throw rocks or carve our initials into trees. But we never really explored those woods. That summer, though, something changed. Maybe it was the boredom or the fact that we were finally getting old enough to feel a little braver. Or maybe it was just because there were so many of us, it felt safe. There were 8 of us that day, all neighborhood kids, ages 8 to 12. I won't name them, it's not really about them, but we all knew each other. We were thick as thieves, especially during summer break. The plan wasn't anything big. Hike the woods behind our street, bring some sandwiches, explore, and be home before the street lights flickered on. We packed whatever we could find, PB / J sandwiches, apples, half-smashed bags of chips, some juice boxes. One kid brought a bottle of warm root beer he'd swiped from his garage. We all met at the top of the cul-de-sac around 11 a.m., backpacks slung over our shoulders, wearing sneakers with holes and ball caps turned backward. The sun was out. The sky was wide open and blue. It was the kind of perfect summer day that felt like it would last forever. We headed up the big hill behind the neighborhood. At the top, the dirt was soft with pine needles, and the air smelled like sap and damp moss. It didn't take long to feel like we were far from home. There was no hum of traffic, no barking dogs, no lawnmowers, just birds and wind in the branches. Some of us were already nervous, but nobody wanted to admit it. About 30 minutes in, maybe more, we found something strange. It wasn't a trail exactly, but it looked like something had come through there. The ground was pressed down in 2 lines, like where ATV tires might have gone. It wasn't overgrown. It looked fairly new, like someone had come through maybe days before. We followed it, mostly out of curiosity. The path snaked through the trees, up and down little dips in the ground. We joked about what we'd do if we ran into a bear or a hunter. But deep down, none of us thought we'd find anything. Then the trees opened up into a small clearing. At first, we were stunned silent. Then, a few of us whistled or gasped. It was a campsite, a real one. Not one made with a nylon tent and a fire pit ring of beer cans like some teenagers would set up. This was different. There were 4 beds, if you could call them that, built low to the ground, made out of green brush, cedar branches, and pine boughs. They were laid out in a neat rectangle, all the same size, like someone actually took time and care making them. The fire pit was the center of it all, lined with rocks, and stacked beside it was a pile of dry wood, all cut clean, about forearm length. There were no tools left around, no sleeping bags or signs of garbage. It was cleaner than you'd expect, which made it weirder. We figured maybe it was the Boy Scouts or some kind of survivalist training. A few kids tossed around dumb ideas. Maybe soldiers or campers got lost and lived here. Some even joked it was where Jason from the Friday the 13th movie slept. But none of us were scared. Not then. We dropped our bags and sat on the brush beds, eating and laughing. One kid tried to make a fire, but gave up fast. We named the place Camp Cool or Camp Awesome or something dumb like that. The names didn't matter. We felt like we found a secret world. After an hour or so, the others wanted to head back. Some had younger siblings. A couple were getting nervous, but I wasn't ready to leave. I told them I'd hang back a bit and catch up later. They pushed me to come, but I waved them off. I wanted to explore more. Something about that place got under my skin. I felt proud to have helped find it, like it was mine in some weird way. Once they left, the silence came back. It was heavy, thick. I lay back on one of the beds, hands behind my head, staring at the sky. It was perfect. The breeze came through the treetops. Birds chirped. I could smell pine needles and the faint smoke from old ashes in the fire pit. Then I heard a branch snap. It wasn't a squirrel-type crack. It was something heavier, something that stepped where it shouldn't have. I sat up quick and looked around. Nothing at first. Just trees, shadows, light cutting through branches. Then something caught my eye. Far off, deeper into the woods, maybe 80 to 100 feet away, there was something hanging, just swinging a bit in the breeze. At first, I thought maybe it was a plastic bag or some clothes someone hung to dry. But the shape wasn't right. It was bigger, rounder. The color wasn't plastic. It was pale, grayish. I stood up, my legs shaky. I was a stocky kid, played sports, but I was thick, slow, and not the most graceful. Still, I wasn't scared. Not yet. I started walking toward it. Each step made the details clearer, but my brain refused to believe what it was seeing. And maybe 30 feet away, I stopped cold. It was a body, not pretend, not some Halloween dummy. A real human body hanging from a rope, swaying just enough to make the arms twitch. I could see the neck bent wrong, the feet barely above the ground. The skin was bloated, puffy, and bluish. The face, God, the face. It looked melted, swollen, like what you see in movies when someone's been underwater too long. The eyes were bulged, but the lids were stuck halfway. The mouth hung open. The lips were cracked and dry. Some birds or bugs had been at the cheeks. Pieces were missing. I don't know how long I stood there. My legs locked up. My throat dried out. I remember shaking. My teeth chattered even though it was warm. Then my body finally decided to save itself. I ran. I crashed through the brush like a deer. I could barely breathe. I didn't care if I hit a tree or tripped. I just ran until the woods got brighter and I heard voices. The other kids were still close enough. When they saw me, they knew something was wrong. I collapsed near them, gasping for air, trying to explain what I saw. They didn't laugh. Some cried. Others just stared at me. I tried to describe the face, but it sounded insane. All I could compare it to was a scene from Robin Hood. Prince of Thieves, the part where Robin's father is found in that iron contraption, hanging, half decayed. That was it. That's what this face looked like. Eventually, we all stumbled back home, quiet, numb. Well, I told my parents, they brushed it off. Said maybe I imagined it, or it was a Halloween prop some older kids left out. They didn't believe a word. I begged them to come with me the next morning. That night, I didn't sleep. I laid there, eyes wide, going over the face in my mind. The way the tongue hung out, the blotchy skin, the way the body moved just slightly with the wind. I kept thinking, what if whoever did that was still out there? Next morning, my parents agreed to come. I led them back. The clearing was still there. The beds still fresh. But when I brought them toward where the body was hanging, it was gone. No marks on the tree. No body. Nothing. My parents told me maybe I dreamt it or imagined it because I was alone and tired. But I know what I saw. I didn't make that up. You can't imagine a face like that. The details were too real. They didn't call the police. There was no report. Life just moved on. But I never did. Years later, I became a park ranger. I guess some part of me wanted to go back. To be out in the woods again, but with more power this time. With more training. Maybe to feel in control of something that once made me feel so helpless. Now, when I walk through forest trails, I always look at the high branches. I check for things people aren't supposed to leave behind. And every so often, I get called out to a found campsite or a weird clearing report. And every single time, I wonder if I'm going to see that face again. Because whether anyone believes me or not, I know it was real. Someone was out there, and they didn't want to be found. I've lived deep in the woods my whole life. We aren't that far from the main road, but once you cross my family's property line and head a bit up the gravel path, you'll find yourself surrounded by trees on all sides. You stop hearing cars. You stop hearing anything man-made, really. It's just the wind, animals, leaves, and the creaking sound of branches shifting with time. My parents built this house themselves, a small cabin-style place with a wraparound porch and a sloped roof that catches snow in winter like it was made to carry it. There's a tin shed a little off to the side, and an old rusted tractor behind it that hasn't worked in years. I grew up here with my brothers and sister, and out of all of us, I was the only one who felt drawn to the forest behind the house. We had about 15 acres to ourselves, and it backed up into a much larger stretch of protected woodland that spread for miles. No terraces, no campsites, just dense forest. My siblings would play near the edge when we were younger, but they got bored or scared as we got older. I never did. I kept going back. I always brought a weapon, usually just a long hunting knife or a small hatchet. I never felt like I was going to be attacked, but it felt wrong to go without it, like forgetting a part of myself. I never felt unsafe in those woods, not really, but that doesn't mean things haven't happened. They have. I've seen things that still don't sit right with me, heard sounds that haven't matched anything I've ever looked up, experienced moments that don't leave me, even though I want them to. One of the earliest things that ever happened to me out there, I was 9. It was my birthday, October 14th. Unusually warm for that time of year, almost like late summer. I had about 6 of my friends over, and we were doing what kids did, playing tag, running around the yard, throwing footballs, making too much noise. At one point, someone said we should hike down to the creek. It wasn't far, maybe 15 minutes through the trees, and I led the way because I knew every tree and slope by heart. We had just stepped through the break in the tree line when we stopped. Not because anyone said to, just all at once we felt it. Something was there. Standing maybe 50 or 60 feet out among the trees was this shape. White, on 2 legs. Too tall to be a deer, too narrow to be a person in a coat. It wasn't moving, just standing there. Not blinking, not swaying. We stood frozen for about 10 seconds, long enough for the silence to feel heavy. Then someone whispered something like, "What is that?" And the whole group took off running back toward the yard. We didn't talk about it afterward, and I noticed even as a kid, none of them brought it up again, not even as a joke. After that, things started to happen more often. At 11, I liked sitting on the sloped metal part of our roof. I'd climb out through the upstairs window and sit up there watching the stars, scrolling my phone, or just enjoying the silence. One night, I was out there late, maybe 10 or 11. It was dead quiet at first. Then I heard this sound off in the distance. It started out soft, like a Hawaiian G sound. My first thought was owl, but it didn't stay that way. The sound shifted. It got longer, more shrill, turned into this almost whimpering cry. Not an owl, maybe a mountain lion or bobcat. We did have bobcats, but I'd never heard one sound like that. And the cry turned into what I swear sounded like a girl screaming. Just one short scream, then back to some garbled animal noise. My body locked up. I sat there with my phone in my hand, not even recording, just frozen. Eventually, I curled up by the side of the house and started texting and calling anyone I could think of. No one picked up. The sound went on for 5 minutes. Then silence. I climbed back inside and locked the window. I didn't tell my parents. When I was 13, I saw the white thing again. It was late. I'd gone to take trash out to the bin, and our neighbor's driveway runs long and straight beside a stand of trees. At the base of their driveway, right where it meets the road, I saw it. Tall, standing upright, white coat or fur, just standing there. No face that I could make out. No head turning. It didn't seem to care I was looking at it. I dropped the trash and went straight inside. My brother laughed at me, said it was probably a deer. But deer don't stand like that, don't stay that still for that long, and sure as hell don't wear coats that white. It wasn't an albino buck or anything like that. It didn't have antlers, didn't move like an animal. After that, I stopped going outside at night alone. Later that same week, I was sitting inside and heard this bellowing sound coming from the woods behind the house. A long, deep sound like a moose. But we don't have moose here. Too far south. I even looked it up later and found nothing about moose sightings anywhere near our county. It wasn't an elk either. I've heard elk. This was different. Longer. Slower. Sadder in a way. Like it was calling out. I went outside to listen, just long enough to catch the last part of the sound before it stopped. My older brother, James, used to tell stories about a soldier from the Revolutionary War. He said he saw him once, circling the house, dressed in old gear, walking the same path around and around. Said he was a good spirit, protector type. I used to laugh at him, but deep down it gave me comfort, especially after I saw something like that once too. One night, I saw a figure, tall and dark, walking along the tree line. It circled halfway around the house before disappearing. Didn't come closer. Just circled once, then gone. I never saw it again. I still think about that. I like believing it was watching over me. Even now. But none of that compares to what happened last fall. I was 26. I've been working part-time at a hardware store, but still lived at the family house while I saved for my own place. It was October again, and the woods were changing. Leaves were dry, light was lower in the sky, and the whole place smelled like soil and smoke. My usual friend I hiked with, Cody, was out of town for a wedding, so I went out alone that Saturday morning. Packed a backpack with water, a knife, a map, though I didn't need one, and a small emergency kit. I headed straight for one of the deeper areas of the woods I hadn't walked in since I was a teenager. There were a few old animal trails, but no real footpaths. Thick brush. I liked it that way. After about an hour, I crossed into that back area where the tall pines grow tight together. Sunlight doesn't hit the ground well back there. The ground was soft, covered in a thick carpet of fallen needles. I walked slow, listened, watched for birds, for squirrels. But it was dead quiet. No rustling. No bird song. That's never a good sign. I stood still and felt that same pressure I remembered from my birthday years ago. The kind where the woods seem to shrink around you. The kind that makes the air feel heavier. I turned around to head back the way I came, but the silence followed me. After maybe 20 minutes of fast walking, I realized something was wrong. The light was different. I wasn't sure I was going the right way anymore. I knew this place. Had walked it 100 times, but I started seeing trees that didn't look familiar. A sloping hill where I remembered flat ground. I pulled out my phone. No signal. GPS just spinning. I tried to stay calm and followed the slope downhill, figuring it would lead to the creek. That was always a good landmark to reorient from. As I got lower, I heard a sound that stopped me cold. It was a rhythmic tapping. 3 slow taps. Then a pause. Then again. Sounded like wood on wood. I crouched behind a tree, listening. It wasn't far. Maybe 50 feet. I waited. It came again. Same pattern. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Talp, talp, talp. It went on for 10 minutes. I couldn't see where it was coming from. Then it stopped, and nothing replaced it. I stood and slowly walked in the direction of the sound. Just wanted to see if there was a fallen branch or maybe a woodpecker doing something weird. But I didn't find anything. Just empty trees. A wide dead spot where even the grass didn't grow. I didn't stay there. I kept walking until I heard the water. The creek saved me. Once I found it, I followed it downstream. That led me back to a spot I knew, the old bent pine near the broken fence post. I felt my stomach loosen. My legs were cramping from how tense I'd been. I walked home and didn't go into the woods again for weeks. The thing is, the more I think about it, the more I realize how much stuff never made sense. The white thing, the mimic sounds, the silence, the figures circling the house. But I've stopped trying to find some paranormal reason for it all. That's not the world I live in. I think some places in the woods are just wrong. Not cursed, not haunted. Just wrong in a way we don't understand yet. Sound behaves weird. Light bends. You lose your way in a place you thought you knew. And some animals, or things that look like animals, don't show up in books or pictures. I still hike. Still go out there. I bring better gear now. A better knife. Emergency whistle. GPS beacon I bought online that works off satellites. But the feeling never goes away. That pressure. That sense that I'm being watched sometimes. I feel it even on calm days. People think the woods are peaceful. And they are sometimes. But they're also old. Older than us. And they remember things. Nothing's ever chased me out of those woods. But I've learned how far I should go. And when it's time to turn around. That's what's kept me safe. Not luck. Just listening when the trees tell me to leave. That's the truth of it. No ghosts. No monsters. I wasn't even on duty that night. That's the part that gets to me the most whenever I look back on it. It wasn't even a work shift. I was just trying to get home after a long day. Normally, I would have taken Route 78 straight across New Jersey back to the area where I live near the Delaware Water Gap. I work as a ranger on and off in different areas, depending on the season and contracts. Sometimes it's in northern Pennsylvania, sometimes in rural New Jersey. That month, I'd been working on a temporary off-duty assignment, helping a small state park do some wildlife tagging and stream monitoring. It was more freelance biology than law enforcement or backwoods search and rescue. But I still wore the uniform and carried the radio just in case. Earlier that day, I had gone into the city to handle some errands and visit a friend who lived in Manhattan. I parked in Jersey City and took the train in. Pretty standard stuff. But by the time I got out of there, it was already around 11:30 p.m. I planned to get back on Route 78 and just head west for about 2 hours. I figured I'd be home a little before 2 a.m. I didn't mind night driving. In fact, I usually liked it. Less traffic, cooler air, the hum of tires on asphalt. Nothing special. But that night, around somewhere near Union or Berkeley Heights, I saw flashing signs about a road closure ahead. Some kind of accident, or maybe it was construction. Either way, I had to exit. My GPS rerouted me. No big deal. I wasn't worried. I grew up in Jersey and knew my way around most of those back roads. At first, I just followed the screen, made a few turns, and didn't think twice about it. It took me a little while to realize how empty the roads were. Normally, even at midnight, you'll see the occasional car oncoming, a pair of taillights ahead, someone turning off onto a driveway. But on this road, whatever Tulane Country Road it was, I saw nothing. Just black road and trees. The kind of road with no shoulder, where branches hang just low enough to tap your roof if the wind's moving. My headlights were on, but the moon was so bright and low that night that it was almost casting shadows across the road from the trees. It was one of those nights you could drive without headlights if you had to. Still, it was peaceful, and I was tired, but not so tired that I should have fell off. But something fell off anyway. I was watching the GPS, waiting for the next turn, when my headlights caught movement on the right shoulder ahead. Just a little shimmer of reflection. I shine. At first I thought maybe a deer or a possum. So I let off the gas and coasted a little slower. The animal started to move just as it got into the edge of my headlights. It wasn't big, about shin height on me, maybe 2 feet tall but narrow. From the shape and the way it moved, I thought maybe it was a fox. But as it turned into the lights, I could see the body was stockier, cat-like, maybe a bobcat. Then it moved again, this little quick hopping motion, not running like a fox or cat, hopping like a rabbit but faster. Kind of a half sprint, half bounce, like something trying to move fast with bad coordination. That got my attention. I leaned forward in the seat, watching closely. Just as I got close enough to really see what it was, the thing spread its wings. That's when my chest tightened up. It didn't flap them right away. It just opened them wide, and I swear I saw the wings stretch almost from the edge of one lane to the other. 5 feet minimum, maybe 6. Then, without a sound, it jumped into the air and flew up into the trees on the left side of the road. My eyes followed it up, and it was gone. No noise, no brush movement, nothing. I kept driving, but my hands had gotten real sweaty. I didn't say anything, just drove in silence for a bit. My brain was trying to process it. The animal wasn't huge, not threatening, but something about it didn't add up. The shape, the way it moved, it didn't match anything I knew well. And I've spent over a decade working around wildlife, both as a ranger and during my time in college studying forest biology. I told myself it was probably just a large owl. Maybe it caught something on the ground and was trying to get back up with it. The hopping could have been it trying to balance the kill in its talons before taking off. I tried to picture that in my head, and yeah, it kind of fit. A barred owl or great horned owl would be big enough. Maybe the lights hit it just as it was adjusting. That explanation made sense, but it didn't feel right. I pulled over about 5 minutes later. There was an old dirt pull-off, probably used by logging trucks or people hunting deer in the season. I sat there with the engine running and checked the map again. Still at least 45 minutes to go. All rural roads. I felt that weight in my chest, like something just wasn't right with the whole night. It was the silence more than anything. That deep kind of rural silence where even the insects feel like they're holding their breath. I've been in places like that before, sure, but this felt worse somehow. Like I wasn't supposed to be there. I turned the radio on, just static on every channel. I scrolled through them while sitting parked there. Nothing. Not even AM. Maybe I was in a valley and the signal couldn't reach. Or maybe I was too tired and imagining patterns and things that weren't there. Either way, I got back on the road. About 20 minutes later, I came through a short straightaway and spotted something again. This time it wasn't on the road. It was up in a tree to my left. Just a shape. Dark. A little too round, a little too perched. I slowed down, watching it, and for a second, I thought it was the same thing I'd seen earlier. It sat motionless, probably just a branch catching my eyes wrong. But when I passed it, I glanced into the mirror and it was gone. No sound, no flutter, just gone. I sped up a bit then, not flooring it, but enough to get back to familiar roads quicker. I needed to get home, wash my face, and go to bed. The back roads were starting to feel like they looped forever. Like no matter how far I drove, there'd be another curve and no houses. I passed a few old barns, one or two rusted out mailboxes, but never saw another car. When I finally got back onto a bigger route, maybe Route 31 or something connecting me back toward I-78 west of the closure, I felt the difference instantly. There was traffic again, even if only a few cars. There were gas stations, lights, fast food signs. Civilization. It was like stepping out of a tunnel. I didn't stop until I got home. I sat on my couch for about 20 minutes before going to bed. I didn't want to look it up online. Didn't want to Google anything. I knew if I did, I'd fall into that trap of seeing shapes in every picture, reading old folklore, and tricking myself into thinking it was some monster. But the next morning, I told my brother. Just said, I saw something weird on the road last night. He laughed, said maybe it was the Jersey Devil. Sent me a picture of that old painting of it, the one with hooves and bat wings. Funny thing is the wings did look like that. Thin, angular, like sails made of leather, not feathers. But I still think it was an owl. Had to be. A few weeks later, I was back at work in the northern part of the state. I was talking with a few other rangers about odd things seen at night. One of the older guys, 30 years in the job, said something that stuck with me. He said, the weirder the thing you see, the more likely it's just a regular animal doing something you didn't expect. I agreed with him at the time. Still do mostly. But even now, 10 years later, I don't drive through that area of rural Jersey at night if I can help it. If the highway's closed, I wait. If I absolutely have to go, I stick to the bigger roads and gas stations. There's something about those backwoods roads that just doesn't sit right with me anymore. It's not fear of monsters or ghosts. It's that creeping realization that in certain conditions, under the right kind of silence, you might see something familiar behaving just different enough to shake you down to your bones. That's what happened to me that night. Nothing attacked me. Nothing chased me. Nothing screamed or left claw marks on my truck. But for that one moment, when I saw that thing spread its wings and leap into the sky, I felt something old and deep stir inside me. A kind of ancient caution we don't often feel anymore, living in our cities and watching wildlife through screens. That night, I remembered that we don't always know what's out there. Not because it's supernatural, but because we just haven't seen it clearly yet. And sometimes, seeing something clearly is more terrifying than not seeing it at all. I've been camping all my life. I don't say that as some kind of brag, just stating the facts. I'm 39 now. My folks were campers before me, and I was pretty much raised in a tent by a fire pit during the summer months. Same park, same stretch of forest. It's the kind of place that gets in your blood after a while. Every summer, we'd drive up the winding highway, pull into the familiar gravel lot, and set up our gear in the same site we always took, just off the loop near the edge of the woods. That forest knew my family. It knew my grandparents. I think it knew me too. At least, I believe it did. I remember one summer clearer than the others. I was 10 years old. We come up late in the season, early August, I think, when the crowds had thinned out a little and the nights started to get just cool enough to make the sleeping bags feel good again. That year, it was me, my younger sister, my mom and dad, and my uncle who came along in his own truck. We had two tents, one bigger canvas one for the parents, and another smaller nylon dome that I shared with my sister. Same setup as always. Same trail hikes. Same marshmallows. Same late nights with the fire crackling and the adults sipping from old dented flasks. But something was different that year. The first night we were there, I had a dream. I know kids dream a lot, and half the time it's just leftover noise from the day, but this one was different. I was walking alone down one of the side trails. Nothing unusual. I'd walked that stretch 100 times before. But in the dream, I took a bend in the path that I didn't remember ever paying attention to. And just off to the right, past a crooked tree and a flat rock shaped kind of like a turtle shell, there was a gap in the hillside. A cave, not deep, just dark. I didn't go in. I just stood there. Then I woke up. The next night, the same thing happened. Same trail. Same crooked tree. Same flat rock. Same cave. It went on like that for the whole trip. Every single night, I had the exact same dream. The walk down the trail, the bend in the path, the dark hole in the side of the hill. Always the same. I don't remember feeling scared in the dreams, just drawn to it. Like I was supposed to see it. Like I wanted me to find it. During the day, I brought it up. I asked my mom and dad if they remembered any cave off the trail like that. They didn't. My uncle didn't either. I even asked a few other campers who had kids my age. Nothing. No one had ever seen or heard anything about a cave near the trail. The thing was, I could picture it so clearly in my mind. I could describe the exact bend where the cave would be. I could see the surrounding trees, the shape of the moss on the rock, the way the ground dipped a little right before the entrance. I knew it. I knew it like I'd already been there 100 times. We left after a week, and eventually the dream stopped. I still thought about it now and then, but life moves on when you're 10. School started up, and my brain filled with other things. For a few years, I only remembered the dream in passing. But something stuck with me, something I couldn't explain. And even as a kid, I felt like there was a connection between me and that stretch of land. Like the forest had whispered something to me in a language I almost understood. Fast forward a dozen years. I was 22. My parents still camped every summer, and I came up with them that year for a few days. We were sitting around the fire one night when I brought it up again. The dream. The cave. I hadn't thought about it in a while, but something about being back on that same ground brought it all rushing back. My folks still didn't remember anything about a cave. I decided to ask one of the rangers. I waited until the next morning, walked up to the little office shack by the entrance road, and just casually asked if there had ever been any cave or small mine near the trail I described. I pointed it out on the faded old map they had tacked to the wall. I wasn't expecting much, but the ranger looked at the map, then at me, and gave a kind of slow, quiet nod. He told me, carefully, like he wasn't sure he should be saying it, that about 12 years earlier, right around the time I would have had those dreams, there had been a cave, just about where I said it was. It wasn't a big one, more like a widened crack in the hill from erosion. It had been there a long time, but it was dangerous, unstable, and too close to the campsites. They'd had issues with bears using it to den up. After one too many close calls, the rangers brought in equipment, knocked down what they could, filled the rest in with earth and stone, and covered it with brush. No signs, no markers. They didn't want people trying to find it again. Too risky, too easy for someone to get hurt or for a bear to move back in. There was nothing about it in any brochures, not on the maps. They didn't advertise that it had ever been there at all, but it had been, exactly where I'd seen it. That stuck with me for a long time. Still does. I've always been a practical person. I don't believe in ghosts or omens. I've seen enough of the world to know that most things have a reason behind them. But that dream, I don't know. I can't explain it. It didn't feel like a dream. It felt like a message. Like something out there had shown it to me for a reason. The thing is, I never forgot that stretch of trail. I never forgot the shape of that hill or the way the trees leaned toward the bend. And every year since, when I went back to that park, and I always did, I'd walk that trail. Quietly, slowly, like I was visiting something important. I started going more often as I got older. Weekends, soloikis. I knew every inch of that place, but that one spot where the cave had been always pulled at me. Even when I was just passing by, I could feel it. The ground was a little different there, softer in some spots. I'd see more animal tracks there than anywhere else on the trail. Once I found an old paw print pressed deep into the earth. Black bear, I think. Not fresh, but big. And then about 5 years ago, I had an experience I've never told anyone about. Not in full. I was hiking alone that day, early spring. Not much foot traffic yet, and the park was quiet. You could hear every squirrel move in the brush. I made my way out to that part of the trail, the bend with the crooked tree and the turtle-shaped rock. I stood there for a while like I always did, not thinking, not really doing anything, just standing and listening. Then I saw something that chilled me to the bone. A patch of ground near the base of the hill had shifted, like something had pushed up from underneath. Not a lot, just a shallow dome of earth and brush, but it hadn't been there the year before. I crouched down and looked closer. Something had clawed at it. The dirt was disturbed, and there were shallow scrape marks along the edge. Not deep, not wide, just enough to make it clear something had tried to push through. Something big. I didn't touch it. I didn't dig. I just stood up, backed away, and kept walking. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept thinking about the cave, about the fact that they hadn't filled it with concrete, just earth and stone, about the bears that had used it, about what else might have found it over the years. The next morning, I reported what I saw. The ranger on duty didn't say much, just wrote it down and nodded. I could tell he didn't want to talk about it. I didn't push it. 2 weeks later, I came back. The mound was gone. The ground had been flattened again, brush spread across it, like nothing had ever happened. But I knew. And after that, I started seeing more signs. Scratches on the trees, tracks near the trail, some bare, some not. Once I found a dead deer with no bite marks, just its neck twisted like it had been yanked sideways. I reported that too, and they wrote it down. Never heard back about it. I don't go back as often now. Something changed. I still love that forest. I always will. But I think it told me something when I was 10. I think it gave me a message. Not a warning exactly. More like a connection. A tether. That cave wasn't just some hole in a hill. It was part of the mountain, part of the land. And for some reason, it chose to show itself to me. I don't pretend to understand why. I don't need to. But I know this, whatever was under there, whatever still might be, it hasn't gone away. It's part of that land now. And it remembers. Just like I do. When I go back these days, I still walk the trail. I still stop at the bend. But I don't stay long. I pay my respects, then keep moving. Because sometimes the mountain talks to you. And when it does, you listen. You don't dig. You don't poke around. You don't disturb what's been buried. You just keep walking. And you remember. I was a ranger out at Denali National Park for several years, and I can tell you now, most of that job was quiet. Tedious, even. You get up, check the conditions, drive, or hike to wherever you've been assigned. Write reports, maintain trails, help tourists not do something stupid. In the winter, though, it's a whole different world. The tourists vanish. The snow buries the trails. And the kind of people who come up that time of year, if they come at all, are either seasoned survivalists or out of their damn minds. January 2009. That month sits like a cold rock in my memory. I was about 3 years into the job by then, comfortable enough that most of the winter patrols didn't bother me. The solitude, the deep cold, the silence. Some people can't take it, but I found it peaceful. Gave me time to think, to breathe. We got a call in the early evening about a fire spotted from a pilot doing a supply drop to one of the remote outposts. He'd seen smoke, then a blaze. Unusual for that time of day and that deep in the park. We logged the location, figured it was some campers, probably a couple of overconfident folks trying to prove something. Happens more than you'd think. And when things go wrong, we're the ones who have to go find them. Sometimes we're too late. Sometimes we're way too late. Our usual process was to send someone out to check on the situation before escalating. Jeff, a ranger who'd been with us for 5 years, left on snowmobile with his pack around 4 p.m. He was supposed to do a quick check-in over the radio around 6:30. That call never came. We tried reaching him for another hour. Nothing. Static. By 8 o'clock, the snow was picking up and the wind was sharp enough to freeze your eyelids if you blinked too slow. I volunteered to go out, partly because I had more cold weather experience than most of the other guys, and partly because something about it all rubbed me the wrong way. The area was only about a 30-minute hike from the edge of where we could take a snowmobile. I rode out as far as I could, then hiked the rest. I knew that part of the park well. It's thick with trees, low elevation brush, and open patches where snowdrifts form into waist-high walls. No trails. The only markings are in your own memory or on an old topographic map, and both can lead you wrong when it's dark and the cold bites your face. The air got strange the closer I got. It was dead quiet. That might not sound unusual in a place like Denali, but it was a silence that felt heavy. Even the wind had stopped. Usually you at least hear the creak of branches shifting, the distant cries of ravens, maybe the cracking of the trees from the cold. That night, nothing. Not even the crunch of my boots felt right. It was like sound didn't travel properly. It got swallowed by the snow. Then I saw the tracks. Not boot tracks. Not snowshoe. Not ski. Bear. Big one. You spend enough time in the bush and you learn the prints. Small animal tracks are quick, narrow, light. A bear's are wide, deep, spread apart. And these were something else. Massive. Each print looked like it had been pressed in by the weight of a truck. Fresh, too. The edges were still crisp. That meant it was nearby. I stopped, pulled my sidearm free from the chest holster, and clicked off the safety. I've seen a lot of grizzlies up close. You have to, in that line of work. You know how to behave. You don't run. You don't scream. You don't look it in the eyes. But no matter how many times you practice in your head, you never stop being afraid. It's a primal thing. The camp came into view shortly after. At first glance, it was chaos. A tent stood at an angle, half collapsed, snow already starting to cover parts of it. There were sleeping bags flung open, gear scattered, and a trail of blood that led from the tent to a patch about 15 feet away. That was where the bodies were. You know that smell you get when someone burns plastic? Multiply that by 10, mix in burned hair, add blood and fat, and bake it into the frozen air. I could smell it, even through the gaiter covering my face. I've smelled death before. Car accidents, bear maulings, even a suicide up on the overlooked trail. But this was different. This was brutal. Intentional. There were 2 bodies, or what was left. They were laid out beside the campfire pit. But the fire was out. I could see blackened logs, ash, and bones. Human bones, half buried under snow. The bodies were cooked. That was the only word for it. Skin bubbled, hair melted, faces beyond recognition. It looked like they had either fallen in the fire or been thrown into it. I stepped forward, radioed in what I could, though I knew I was likely out of range. Static buzzed in my ear. I remember fumbling with my phone next, trying to take a picture or call, something to mark this, to report it, to bring help. Then I heard the snow shift behind me. When I looked up, it was there. The biggest bear I'd ever seen. It didn't make a sound. No brol. No snor. Just stood there in the tree line about 10 feet away. Its fur was thick and matted, covered in ice, patches of dried blood frozen stiff. Its eyes weren't right. They didn't have the wild glint you expect. They were calm, focused. Its face looked torn in places, as if it had been in fights with others, but it wasn't hurt. It stood like it was waiting. I couldn't breathe. I didn't move. I don't think I could have even if I wanted to. The bear stepped forward slowly. One massive paw scooped up a pile of snow and ash from near the fire and dumped it over the bodies, like it was burying them. That was the moment I noticed the hat. It had a hat on its head, not like it was balancing it for fun or it got stuck there during a tussle. No, it was sitting properly, tied over one ear. It was a ranger's hat, just like mine. I knew right away. It was Jeff's. I stood frozen, my gun still in my hand, but useless. You don't shoot a bear this big and win. Not alone. Not here. The bear walked up to me. Close. Close enough I could smell its breath. Rotten meat, scorched fat, and something sickly sweet like sap gone sour. Its head lowered to my level. Its eyes looked into mine. And something happened then I still can't explain, even after all this time. It raised one clawed paw, slow and deliberate, and pointed at the fire pit. Then it touched my chest with the same claw. Firm, not enough to break skin, but enough to feel through all the layers of jacket and gear. 2 words came out of its mouth. Not a voice, not like you and I talk, but sound shaped into meaning. A low growl rolled into syllables, broken, unnatural, but real. Only. You. Then it stood, turned, and walked away. Just like that. I don't remember falling. I must have fainted. When I came to, I was on a cot in the medical bay back at the lodge. My boots were off, socks cut. I had mild frostbite in 2 toes, my left hand was scraped raw, and I was severely dehydrated. They said a search team found me curled up near the tree about a mile from the camp, passed out in the snow. I told them what I saw. The newer rangers gave each other looks, polite smiles. Shocked, they said. hallucinations, classic trauma response, that kind of thing. But the older guys didn't laugh, didn't smile. One of them, a guy named Harris who'd been there since the 70s, just nodded and said, "Gotta be careful." That was the only thing anyone said about it. Ever. I didn't go back out into the deep bush after that. I stayed near the station, took on more desk work, trained the newer hires. Eventually, I transferred out of Denali altogether. The snow never felt the same after that. Neither did the silence. Over the years, I've heard other stories. Quiet ones, whispered over coffee or a beer after a long shift. Disappearances, burnout camps, things seen in the woods that didn't make sense. Always dismissed, always explained, but never by the lifers. I don't know if what I saw that night was a bear, some sick part of my imagination, or something else entirely. But know what I saw. A ranger went into the woods and didn't come back. His hat ended up on something that shouldn't wear hats. Campers burned in their own fire. And something walked away from it all without a sound. Only you. That line still echoes in my mind. Maybe it was just a twisted message from my own subconscious. Maybe it meant nothing. Or maybe it meant everything. A warning. A command. A reminder. I left Denali not long after. I still have the hat, though. Not mine. His. They found it beside my pack when they rescued me. I keep it in a box in the back of my closet. I don't wear it. I don't touch it. Sometimes I think I should burn it. But I don't. And I don't camp in the winter anymore. Not even my backyard. I grew up in a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of a small town. The kind of place where every face becomes familiar by the time you're 10. Just beyond the last row of houses. Right past an old chain-link fence that had rusted so badly it looked like it bled into the soil, there was a forest. 30 acres, give or take, of mostly second-growth trees and dense underbrush. People around here just called it the patch. That's how small it was compared to the real wild areas an hour or two out. But I knew that place better than I knew my own street. I had walked every trail, cut my way through the thickest bramble, named trees in my head, and learned how the canopy filtered light by season and time of day. I've lived next to that patch for most of my life. 10 years, maybe more, since I really started exploring it. I've seen it in every light and season. Bright green in spring, golden in fall, frozen hard and silent in winter, and buzzing with gnats and humidity in July. I never felt fear walking through it, even as a kid. I felt a sort of ownership, in a way. Like it was mine because I knew it better than anyone else. I could have walked it blindfolded and still found my way to the old dry creek bed or the rock formation locals call the Split Tooth. But the patch had a reputation too. Not from the trees or the wildlife. Not from anything natural. People said it was a hot spot for drug dealings. Over the years, there have been whispers. A few arrests here and there. Empty baggies found by dog walkers. Flashlights seen in the distance at night. That sort of thing. Most people just didn't go in after dark. Especially alone. Especially without a good reason. But that never really stopped anyone. And it sure didn't stop me when I was younger, dumber, and trying to prove something to myself that didn't need proving. It was late fall, sometime around mid-November. The air had that early bite of winter in it, just enough to sting your nose and make the dead leaves feel crisp underfoot. My friend Derek and I were both bored. The kind of teenage boredom that makes you do things you wouldn't otherwise even consider. Derek lived a few streets over and had the kind of restlessness that made him a good match for nights like this. We'd been hanging out in my garage, just talking about nothing, when one of us brought up the forest. The idea was simple. Go for a walk through the patch in total darkness. No flashlights, no phone lights, nothing. Just to see how well we knew the place. It was stupid, sure, but it felt like a challenge. And I like challenges. I also like the idea of being in control of something others were too scared to even step into after dusk. So around 11:30, we put on our hoodies, grabbed water bottles, and ducked under the familiar sagging corner of the fence that opened right into the northwest end of the forest. The darkness was thicker than I expected. It wasn't pitch black, but it wasn't far off either. The moon was mostly hidden by clouds, and there were no streetlights this far out. Just layers of shadow stretching in every direction. Still, I knew the paths by memory. We walked single file, crunching slowly over leaves and twigs. The wind barely moved the branches, and everything felt still, as if the forest were holding its breath. For the first 30 minutes or so, it was honestly kind of fun. We stayed on the main trail, then cut left toward a smaller one I used to take to the creek. I pointed out landmarks in the dark. The stump that looked like a chair, the log that had long since rotted but still smelled like damp earth and fungus. Then we started hearing the footsteps. They weren't ours. That was clear. I know what two people sound like in the woods. These came in bursts, soft but definite, from behind us at first, then to our left. Then silence. Then again. At first, I thought it might be a deer. There were plenty in the area, but the rhythm was off. A deer moves with 4 legs. You can hear that difference if you've spent enough time outside. Whatever this was, it sounded bipedal. Like a person. We didn't panic. Not at first. People walk their dogs through here sometimes, even late. Maybe someone else had the same idea we did. Maybe they saw our silhouettes ahead and didn't want to startle us. But the footsteps kept coming, always about the same distance away, never getting closer, never getting farther. That's what made the hair on my arm stand up. It felt intentional. We whispered once, mostly just to ask each other if we heard the same thing. We did. That's when the unease started growing into something heavier. Something that made my gut tighten and made me start tracking every sound, every movement of air, every shift of light. I told Derek we should start looping back. We were a little over halfway through the forest by now, and the car was parked on the opposite side. I didn't want to break into a run, didn't want to seem panicked, but I picked up the pace. The footsteps followed. Sometimes they stopped. Sometimes they got quieter. Then they'd come back, slow and steady. Always behind us. Always far enough to stay hidden, but close enough to be sure we knew they were there. About 10 minutes from the forest edge, just past the spot where the trail splits near a fallen pine, I saw something that stopped me cold. Off to the right, about 10 meters into the trees, stood a figure. A human figure. Still, not moving, just standing. I'd walked past that spot 100 times. There was never anything there. No statue, no stump that looked vaguely like a person. I knew this forest. I knew it. And yet there it was. A figure, arms at its side, shoulders hunched slightly forward. I could barely make out the shape in the dark, but it was unmistakably human. We didn't stop walking. We didn't go closer. But I kept my eyes on that figure until the trees blocked it from view. Every part of my body was screaming at me to run, but I didn't. Somehow I knew that would be a mistake. We just kept going, hearts pounding, barely breathing, until we saw the fence through the thinning trees. We ducked under, got in the car, and drove away without speaking. I didn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about the way that figure was just standing there. The silence, the footsteps, the fact that we never saw who was behind us, but they were always there. I went over it in my head 1,000 times, trying to make sense of it, trying to fit it into the framework of a normal explanation. And then, a few days later, the news came out. Local paper, short article, barely more than a few paragraphs. But it was enough. 3 people were arrested in connection with suspected drug trafficking in the forest. Our forest, 2 nights after we went in. The arrests happened late at night. Police had been tipped off about suspicious activity and set up surveillance. Turns out there were people moving drugs through the patch, using it as a drop zone. But what chilled me most wasn't the arrests. It was a detail buried in the middle of the article. The suspect had been using armed lookouts stationed throughout the forest. People placed strategically near all known entry and exit points to make sure no one got too close to their operation. Scouts, armed, watching. I read that line about 20 times before I looked up. That figure we saw, the footsteps that mirrored ours, that wasn't just some lost hiker. That was a lookout, maybe more than one, armed, probably watching us from the moment we stepped in. Maybe even waiting for a reason to act. We got lucky. I don't know why they let us go. Maybe we didn't get close enough to anything important. Maybe they figured 2 dumb kids weren't worth the trouble. Or maybe they had rules. No unnecessary noise, no violence unless provoked. Whatever the reason, we walked out of that forest without a scratch. But knowing what we walked into, that changed the place for me. I went back a few days later, alone. I had to see it again. Not because I was brave, but because something in my brain wouldn't let me move on. I went in the day after the article came out. Mid-afternoon, bright and clear. The air smelled like pine and rotting leaves. I retraced our steps, every turn, every bend in the trail. I got to the spot where the figure had stood, just 10 meters off the path. There was nothing there, just trees, brush, a patch of bare dirt where the leaves had been disturbed recently. Maybe by footsteps, maybe not, but no figure, no shape, no one watching. I stood there for a long time, listening, waiting, but the forest was quiet. The wind moved the branches gently, and somewhere in the distance a bird called out. That was it. I walked out after maybe an hour. Back to my car, back to my street. But the forest didn't feel like mine anymore. It hadn't changed, not really. But now I knew what it had held. What still might be lurking behind the trees. What might be watching. I still go there sometimes. In the daylight. When the trails are busy and the world feels normal. But I don't stray far off the paths. And I don't go at night. Not anymore. Because no matter how well you think you know a place, no matter how many years you spend learning its shape and silence, there are always shadows you can't see. Always people you don't know are there, watching. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you walk away before they decide you've seen too much. I worked for an environmental nonprofit back in my mid-20s. We contracted with a few different government agencies, mostly federal parks and Forest Service, doing everything from invasive species removal to fuels reduction. It was mostly seasonal work, physical labor, long hours, and primitive conditions. Not glamorous by any means, but it paid well enough, and I liked being out in the woods more than in town anyway. That year, I was assigned to a fuels reduction project in the Manta-La Sal National Forest. If you're not familiar with that area, it's down in eastern Utah, sprawling across parts of the La Sal Mountains near Moab and the Wasatch Plateau further west. Remote, dry, steep terrain, and a lot of it sits at pretty high elevation. We were working above 8,000 feet most days. The goal was simple: clear ladder fuels and slash debris to reduce fire risk. We were up there for a month, cutting and hauling brush, and making our way down an old ATV trail that dropped off from a steep ridge into a long valley. The trail switchbacked hard down the mountainside, which meant most of our gear had to be brought in and out by hand, or ATV. Chainsaws, fuel, food, water, all of it. You didn't want to forget anything, because going back up that trail was an absolute grind. The grade was bad enough that some people called it the devil's elbow, and after hiking it a few times in full gear, I could see why. I wasn't a ranger. I never wore a badge or had a gun or any authority. I was just a laborer, a guy who knew how to use a saw, follow instructions, and not complain too much when the days got long. But that didn't mean I didn't take pride in the work. It mattered. A healthy forest isn't just about trees, it's about balance. I believe that. Still do. One of the guys from the Forest Service who had been helping us out during the project was this absolute giant of a man. I'm tall, just over 6 feet 3 inches, and this guy made me feel average. He had to be 6 feet 5 inches, maybe more, and big. Built like an offensive lineman. Red hair, not bright like a kid, but deeper like rusted iron, and a beard that came down his chest. He didn't talk much, but he worked hard and was always nearby helping with the heavy hauling. Over the course of the month, we all got to know him a little, but no one really got close. He was quiet, respectful, and never complained. I appreciated that. A lot of guys would moan when the day ran long or the gear was too heavy. Not him. He just grabbed a bundle of slash or a can of bar oil and kept moving. The final day of the project, we were wrapping things up and loading the last of our gear. The big guy had been going up and down that go-doffel switchback all morning, helping ferry things to the trucks. I'd done a few trips myself, but I'd hung back toward the end to help clear some leftover debris. When the time came to head out, I ended up hiking alone. Not smart, I'll admit, but I've always liked pushing myself on hikes. I treat it like a personal challenge. Move fast, sweat hard, and see what your body can do. Especially at elevation. Makes the beer at the end taste better. I figured the rest of the crew was about a half mile behind me. I had eyes on some of them when I left, but once I rounded the first few bends, I was by myself. The trail cut through dense foliage in places, mostly low mountain scrub and pine, but there were also long stretches where it opened up and you could see all the way back down the valley. It was late afternoon, probably around 4:30. The light was still decent, but everything had that golden hue that makes shadows stretch out. Wind was light, birds were quiet. Everything had that end-of-the-day stillness. I remember feeling a little sad that the job was over. It had been a good project. Hard work, good crew, beautiful country. I paused to catch my breath about a third of the way up the trail, near one of the wide bends where the forest presses in from the left, a thick wall of vegetation that climbs steep and fast. That side of the trail was nearly vertical, with tangled roots, down logs, and thick underbrush. You need climbing gear to go up it without losing your footing. On the downhill side, to my right, it dropped off fast, opening into the canyon floor below. So basically, this part of the trail ran along a kind of shelf with a wall on one side and a drop on the other. As I slowed down to adjust my pack, I heard a rustle in the brush to my left. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't nothing either. I figured maybe it was one of the guys from the crew trying to catch up, or an elk. We'd seen plenty during the past month. They weren't shy about moving through camp at night, and they'd crash through the brush like tanks if they wanted to. But this sound was more subtle, softer, like something was deliberately moving slow. I turned my head and leaned in, craning my neck upward to look through a small gap in the foliage. That's when I saw what I thought was the red mop of my Forest Service buddy. That weird rusty hair, bobbing slightly as if he was crouched low. I thought maybe he'd gone off trail to take a leak or something and was working his way back to the path. The brush was thick, but there were little gaps where I could see patches of movement. Hair, muscle, something big, shifting gently like it was testing the ground with each step. But then I saw more of it, more than I should have. This wasn't a head poking out of the brush. This was a mass, a shape, covered in the same deep red-brown hair. At first, my brain tried to match it with a bear. We've been briefed on bear safety. Black bears mostly, not grizzlies, not here. But this wasn't a bear. The way it moved was all wrong. Bears are lumpy. They have a distinctive waddle, especially when walking on all fours. This thing was standing upright, not just for a second, but naturally, like it was built that way. It took one slow, quiet step, deliberate, controlled, and I felt something in my body switch off. Not panic, not fear, just survival. My brain didn't need a second opinion. I turned, locked my eyes on the trail, and ran. Hard. No looking back, no stopping. I was still wearing my gear, my saw chaps, my hard hat, my pack, and the weight didn't slow me down. My legs pumped like pistons. I ran until my lungs screamed and my throat felt like I'd swallowed sandpaper. The switchbacks felt endless. I tripped once, caught myself on a root, scraped the skin off my forearm, but didn't stop. I couldn't. When I finally saw the tops of the trailers and the edge of the trucks parked at the ridge, I dropped my saw and staggered the last few steps to one of the gear trailers. The door was open, and I climbed in, heart hammering in my ears. I stayed in there, crouched in the back, watching through a sliver of open door, trying to slow my breathing. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. It took maybe 10 minutes, maybe more, before the first of the crew showed up. I heard boots, laughter, the low drone of an ATV. I didn't come out until I saw at least 3 people walk past the trailer. When I stepped down, I tried to look normal, like I just needed a break. No one questioned it. We loaded the last of the gear, drank some warm Gatorade, and started prepping to head out. I waited until we were back on the main road, driving away from the ridge, before I casually asked if anyone had seen anything weird on the way up. No one had. Not a word. A few jokes were made about squirrels and deer, but that was it. I didn't push it. That night, in the motel room, we'd all chipped in on for showers and a last meal. I sat on my bed, staring at the ceiling. The TV was on, but I wasn't watching. I kept thinking about what I'd seen. I ran the memory over and over again in my head, trying to make it match something logical. An elk, maybe. That made sense season-wise. Maybe the fur color was just a trick of the light. Maybe the movement wasn't as upright as I thought. Maybe I'd exaggerated it in my mind, built it up into something it wasn't. That's what I told myself. But there's one thing I couldn't explain, one thing that doesn't fit, no matter how many times I twist the memory around. That step, that slow, careful step, was bipedal, balanced, not the awkward lurch of a wounded animal or the rear leg pivot of a bear trying to stand. This was something different, Controlled, quiet, intentional, and there was too much mass. Whatever it was bigger than anything I'd ever seen in the woods. Bigger than a bear, broader than a moose, taller than a man. And it was watching me. That much I'm sure of. It knew I was there before I saw it. It was standing still, just behind that curtain of foliage, waiting. I never told anyone on the crew the full story. Not really. What was I supposed to say? That I saw a hairy giant in the woods? That I ran from a ghost? That wasn't what I saw. It wasn't supernatural. It wasn't magic. It was real. It was there. And it was just watching. The next season, I turned down a contract in Utah. Took a job closer to home instead. Different forest, different team. I told myself it was about the schedule, or the pay, or that I wanted a break from the travel. But it wasn't that. It was because every time I closed my eyes, I saw that patch of rust-colored fur shifting through the trees. Every time I laced up my boots, I thought about what it would have done if I'd taken one more step in its direction. If I hadn't run, if I'd frozen, if I'd screamed. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't an elk. But it was out there. And whatever it was, it walked on two legs. I've been a park ranger for a little over 19 years now. Worked in 4 different parks, 2 in the Northwest, 1 in Montana, and now the one I've been stationed at for the past 6 years. I'm not going to name it outright, for reasons I'll explain. But at the national park, large, rocky, and wild. The kind of place that draws in the backcountry types. Those who like their trails unmarked, their paths steep and narrow, their camping isolated. And in all the years I've been doing this job, logging thousands of miles of patrols, I've only once considered quitting cold turkey. That moment was tied to a place known, only quietly, as Ridge 7. It wasn't officially called that on any maps. You wouldn't find a sign pointing toward it. But internally, among us rangers, maintenance crews, and even a few researchers, Ridge 7 was known by that name, almost like a warning label. It wasn't a destination. It was a problem spot, a place we kept an eye on, not because of animals or weather or trail washouts. It was just off. I didn't think much of it for years. We're always dealing with rumors in this line of work. Strange noises, vanishing gear, odd lights in the sky. People like to get spooked out here. But Ridge 7 was different. The stories didn't come from tourists. They came from rangers. I first got assigned to check on it in the fall of my second year here. I remember because it was just after the last of the seasonal staff left, so the place felt emptier than usual. I had a long patrol ahead, 3 days solo in the backcountry, checking trail conditions, assessing fire risk, and making sure nobody was camping in off-limit zones. Ridge 7 was on the far end of the route. The area was only accessible by a narrow, brutal climb through loose granite and switchbacks carved decades ago, when the park's trail system was more ambitious. Now we barely maintained it. No one had been out there in months. The weather was turning. That cool edge in the air that lets you know summer's really over. My pack was heavy with enough supplies for the 3-day loop, including extra batteries, a radio booster, my sidearm, and a weather tarp. I set off early. The first day went like most do, long, quiet stretches of trail, wind in the trees, the occasional deer vanishing into the brush. I camped near a creek the first night and fell asleep to the sound of water moving over smooth stone. No trouble. The second day, the terrain got rough. The trail all but disappeared under fallen rock. I made my way slowly, checking GPS and comparing it to a weathered old map we still kept in the ranger office. Ridge 7 was about 5 miles further and up another 1,000 feet. By mid-afternoon, I reached a clearing I recognized from old reports. The remnants of the Upper Crooked Camp, a primitive site decommissioned years ago. No fire ring, no signage, just a flat space surrounded by half-dead trees and the remains of shelter made from logs and sticks. I'd read about it in one of the older ranger journals, back when I was new and curious. It was late enough in the day that I decided to stop there for the night. Set up my tarp near the old shelter frame, cooked up a quick meal, and made some notes about erosion on the trail. The sky turned that slate color that signals a cold night ahead. I remember tightening the lines on my tarp and crawling into my sleeping bag with everything packed and within arm's reach. Standard routine. I fell asleep fast. Then, sometime deep in the night, I woke up. I didn't know why at first. It wasn't a sound that woke me. It was something else, an instinct. The kind of alertness that comes from being alone in the wild. The kind you learn to trust. Then it started. A sound. Faint at first from across the gorge. Long, low, vibrating. Almost like wind dragging across the mouth of the cave. But it wasn't wind. It had rhythm, a structure, a kind of call. And before I could wrap my head around it, a second one answered. Higher pitched, different tone, but similar in cadence. Two distinct voices. Long, drawn-out howls, but not animal. Not any animal I knew, and I've heard plenty in my time. Wolves, elk, bears, mountain lions. This wasn't that. These weren't organic in the way wild things usually are. They were sharper, cleaner, like frequencies. One low, one high, going back and forth. First from across the gorge, then from somewhere above me. I stayed still, not out of fear at first, but caution, listening. My radio was off to conserve battery, so I reached over quietly and flicked it on. Nothing but static on our shared channel. The sound went on for a while, maybe 15 minutes, then stopped, just like that. No fade out, no deceiving footsteps, just silence. I stayed awake for hours, barely moving. The woods didn't return to normal. Usually, after a disturbance, the insects and birds resume. But not here. Not for the rest of the night. When dawn came, I got up slowly. I checked the area, expecting, hoping for some sign. Bare tracks, owl pellets, something to ground what I'd heard. But there was nothing. The forest floor was undisturbed. Even the ground around my tarp was clear. I made a note in my logbook and moved on. By midday, I'd climbed to the ridge proper. No trail up there, just loose shale and a narrow ledge that ran along the edge of the gorge. The whole area felt wrong. Too quiet. Even my footsteps sounded dead, like the rocks were swallowing the sound. I didn't linger. Took my GPS points, snapped a few photos, and turned back. That night, I camped halfway down, back near the shelter. And that's when the second event happened. It was after midnight when the first sound hit. Not the calls this time, just destruction. Sudden, loud, violent. Like something tearing through the camp. I was awake in seconds, grabbing my flashlight and peering out from under the tarp. I couldn't see much, just movement. Something big crashing through the brush, knocking over branches, stomping around the old shelter structure. My heart was pounding. I reached for the bear spray, but didn't move. I just waited. The crashing went on for a while, maybe a minute or two. Then silence. Heavy, pressing silence. I stayed put. Didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I stepped out, expecting to see the camp trashed, my tarp shredded, gear scattered, shelter flattened. But it was all untouched, completely undisturbed. Not a single branch out of place. Even the leaves near the shelter looked like they hadn't been stepped on. I walked in circles for half an hour, tried to match the chaos I'd heard to the state of the site. But there was nothing, just quiet, empty forest. I marked it in my notes. Didn't say much. Just logged it as nocturnal disturbance. No visible damage. I didn't want to sound paranoid. The third and final event happened the next day. It was bright and cold. The sky a flat sheet of white above the trees. I packed up and was sitting on a log finishing my breakfast, some oats and dried fruit. The air was still. Then something caught my eye. A line of white light. It came drifting across the clearing, no more than 4 feet off the ground. Bright but soft, like a fluorescent tube with no fixture. It moved slowly, horizontally, like it was on an invisible rail. Made no sound, no heat. It hovered about 10 feet in front of me for several seconds. Then, as if someone hit a switch, it winked out. Gone. I sat there frozen. Didn't touch my pack. Didn't finish breakfast. I just stared at where it had been. That was it. I hiked back to base that same day, doing in one day what normally takes 2. My legs were burning by the time I reached the ranger station, but I didn't care. I needed to be out of there. Back at base, I submitted my log, mentioned the sound events and the light, and got a brief, unreadable nod from my supervisor. He didn't ask any questions. Just said, Ridge 7's weird. Always has been. That was the only acknowledgement I got. A few months later, I learned that the park quietly removed Ridge 7 from all internal patrol routes. The old shelter site was marked as unsafe due to structural instability. No more ranger assignments out there. No more visitors directed that way. I went back to that logbook I'd read when I first joined, the one from the older ranger, and I realized then that his entry wasn't the only one. There were several, all spread out over years. Mentions of distant sounds, nighttime disturbances, beams of light. All vague, all brushed off, but it was enough. I never went back. And now, years later, whenever I look at the satellite maps of the park, my eyes are always drawn to that section. The rocky edge above Crooked Gorge, where nothing grows quite right, where no animals linger, where no trails lead. I've spent a lifetime in the wilderness. I've seen avalanches and wildfires, rescued people from freezing creeks, found the remains of the lost and the missing. But nothing unsettles me like that place, because what happened there didn't fit. Not into my training, not into the natural order of things. And the worst part? I still don't know what it was, but I know it wasn't supposed to be there. I've been working as a park ranger for just over 15 years now, mostly along the southern stretches of the Appalachian Trail. People think it's peaceful work, and sometimes it is. I've watched the sun rise from fire towers and seen entire valleys fill with fog like they were underwater. I've followed deer trails through quiet woods and hiked beside black bears that never gave me a second glance. But peace isn't what sticks with you. It's the odd things, the things that sit wrong in your head, the things you don't forget, even if you want to. This happened about 6 years ago, around early fall. The leaves had just started turning orange and red, and the hikers were out in full force. That's always a busy time for us because the weather's still good and people from all over come to knock sections of the trail off their bucket lists. More foot traffic means more risks. People push themselves past what they can handle. They don't prepare. They think a little day hike is harmless. It's not. That trail will kill you just as fast as a mountain lion if you get careless. We got a call in a ranger station from a worried husband. His wife, a retired teacher in her early 60s, had been hiking a well-known section of the trail alone. Nothing extreme. She was experienced, had done stretches of it before, and this time she had planned out every stop and check-in. She was supposed to call her husband at a trail town about 3 days into her hike, but that call never came. At first, it wasn't unusual. People drop signal. They get delayed. They lose track of time. But after another day passed and still no word, we took it seriously. Her husband drove down and filed an official report. We got her trail itinerary, gear list, recent photos, everything. I was one of the rangers assigned to the search. The last known sighting was a trail shelter, just a basic lean-to with a raised platform, usually shared by multiple hikers. We found a young couple who remembered seeing her there. They said she left mid-morning before they did. Seemed normal, in good spirits, moving at a steady pace. That was the last time anyone could confirm seeing her. From there, it was like she vanished. We swept the trail in both directions from that shelter. It's hard to explain how vast it is out there. Even if you stick to the trail, there are hundreds of places where someone could step 10 feet off and disappear. We brought in dogs, drones, and volunteers. We covered miles. Nothing. Not a scrap of fabric or sign of struggle. No dropped gear. No broken branches. It was like she just slipped between the trees and never came back out. After about 2 weeks, the official search scaled back, but I couldn't let it go. I kept going out on my own when I had time off. I knew the terrain better than most. I figured maybe she got turned around, slipped on loose shale, fell somewhere out of sight. I focused on areas with drop-offs and ridgelines, places where a wrong step could send someone down out of view. Winter came early that year. Everything froze up. There was no way she could have survived out there that long in that weather. It was rough admitting that. Her husband went home empty, no closure. But I kept thinking about her. The way that couple said she left alone didn't seem scared or tired, just left like any other hiker. I hated not having an answer. Spring thaw came, and with it came a new round of search efforts. Some fresh volunteers and a few rangers who, like me, hadn't let it go. This time I decided to check a lower elevation area that didn't get a lot of traffic, a spot about 2 miles off the main trail. It was a sloped section, thick with underbrush and loose stone. I figured if someone lost their footing, this would be a place they'd tumble. I hiked out there alone, just me and a pack, taking my time. The higher I climbed, the steeper the angle got. I kept following the lay of the land until I hit a ridge that overlooked a shallow basin. From above, it didn't look like anything special, just thick woods. But something caught my eye, a patch where the leaves didn't match the rest. It wasn't even that big, maybe 10 feet across. The colors were off, duller. It looked like the branches had been disturbed. I climbed down, carefully picking my way through brush that hadn't been walked through in a long time. That's when I saw it. A tangle of undergrowth had formed a natural cradle, and inside it was a pack. Moldy, sun-faded, partially buried under sticks and leaf litter. I pulled it out and my gut twisted. I recognized it from her photo. Same colors, same patches sewn on the straps. The zipper was still closed. I opened it. Everything was still inside. Food wrappers, a map, her reading glasses, even her journal. I radioed it in. A full recovery crew came the next day, and that's when we found her body. Just 10 feet from the bag. She must have dropped it as she fell, or set it down and tried to get back up. Her body was in bad shape, exposed to the elements for months, but it was clearly her. The medical examiner later said it looked like she'd had a heart attack. Instant. No struggle, no injury from the fall. She just dropped. She had landed inside that natural bowl of brush, completely hidden from above. Even our search drones had passed right over without catching her. If I hadn't followed that ridge line, if I hadn't noticed those leaves, she'd still be there. Just bones in the woods, with no name and no goodbye. The thing that stuck with me wasn't the death, though. It was how easy it was for her to disappear. She was maybe 30 yards off the trail. You could practically hear hikers from where she was. But no one saw her. She'd been alone in that spot for over 7 months. All that time, with people walking right past her. That case changed how I patrolled. I stopped relying so much on maps and gear lists. I started thinking more like the woods. Watching the angles, how water flows, how gravity pulls a body downhill, how people walk when they're tired. I started looking under instead of over. 2 years later, I had another one. It started with a hiker, a guy in his 20s, out in the desert part of the state. He wasn't on my stretch of land, but it got passed over to our team because of proximity. Someone had been out walking a dry creek bed near one of the more isolated parks and noticed something strange. A white shape tucked into a sage bush. At first they thought it was trash, maybe an old cooler or camping gear. Then they got closer and realized it was a skeleton, sitting up against a boulder half in the bush. I got sent out with the coroner and another ranger to investigate. The heat out there will bleach bones fast, but this one had been in the shade. It still had tattered clothes, a backpack slumped beside it, and something else that made me stop cold. A pistol resting in the dirt, barrel pointed up like it had fallen from the man's hand. There was no ID on the body, nothing in the pockets, no wallet, but inside the backpack were 3 capped PVC pipes. That set off alarms right away. Homemade explosives are always a risk in the backcountry. We called them the bomb squad. They examined the pipes and said no, these weren't bombs. The metal fittings were missing, no triggers or wires. Just clean white plastic tubes with glued-on caps. They gave us the green light to open one. Inside was a birth certificate. Another had a student ID from a state college a few counties over. The last one held a driver's license that had expired about 3 years prior. It took us about a day to connect the dots. The guy had been reported missing by his parents after he stopped showing up to classes. No activity on his bank account. No contact with anyone. They'd assumed he ran off, maybe started over somewhere. Instead, he had walked out into the desert with a backpack, a gun, and 3 plastic tubes holding proof of who he was. Then he sat down in a bush and ended it. The thing that rattled me was how carefully he planned it. Most people vanish in chaos. Bad weather, falls, panic. But this guy had picked a spot. He'd picked what to bring. He didn't want to be found by accident. But he left clues anyway. Not to scream for help. Just to make sure someone, someday, would know his name. After we bagged the remains and loaded everything out, I stayed behind for a few minutes. Just looked around. The brush rustled in the dry wind. Nothing but stone and dust and sky for miles. No signs. No trail markers, just silence. I thought about how long it took to find him. 3 years. He'd been there the whole time. All it took was one person walking a slightly different line to uncover everything. That's what gets me now. Not ghosts or creatures or things hiding in the dark. It's how fast someone can go missing in plain sight. It's how a wrong step, a quiet heart attack, or a private decision can erase someone off the map. No screaming, no blood, just silence, and a few clues left behind. Now when I go out, I check the bushes more. I look under the roots. I take my time walking past fallen logs and dry washes, because I know what the others don't. I've seen the bones tucked into the brush, and I know how easy it is for the woods to keep their secrets, sometimes for years, but not forever. I used to think I knew the woods better than I knew people. Being alone out there with nothing but the hum of insects and the creak of tree limbs in the wind. It always made more sense to me than crowds, cities, or constant noise. That's why, when my buddy Troy suggested a solo camp out up one of the lesser traveled ridges in the range near our home, I didn't think twice. We both enjoyed getting away from the marked campsites. The ones with picnic tables, fire rings, and bathrooms might as well have been hotel rooms to us. We wanted dirt. We wanted untouched brush and logs we had to saw ourselves. We wanted silence, total silence. That night was cold, even for early fall. We set up camp maybe 5 miles up the ridge, far from any trail or designated site. It took us over an hour of bushwhacking off the Forest Service road, but it was worth it. We found a natural flat spot between two sloped sections of the mountain with a few big rocks and some fallen timber, perfect for shelter and a fire ring. Trees wrapped around us in all directions, thick pines, and a few spindly dead trunks with peeling bark that looked like curl paper. We made camp in the late afternoon. I remember thinking how quiet it was. Not nobody around quiet, but dead quiet. Even the birds seemed like they had clocked out for the day. We got a fire going once the sun dipped behind the ridge, and we sat there just feeding twigs into it, occasionally tossing in a pine cone and watching it hiss and pop. The conversation was light. I remember Troy poking fun at the way I cooked the beans over the fire, burning the edges while the middle was cold. The fire crackled, and I was distracted by a slow wind that seemed to drift straight down for the top of the mountain, stirring the trees just above us, but leaving the air still at ground level. That's when I first heard it, just faint, like a melody, high-pitched, and drifting from up the slope behind us. I wasn't even sure it was real. It sounded like humming, or maybe a woman singing softly, far away. Something about it felt strange. It wasn't the singing itself. It was the tone of it, like it didn't belong in a place like this. The notes were long and slow, the kind of rhythm that might come from someone working or passing time, not someone performing. I stopped feeding the fire and leaned my head slightly to one side. My ears strained. The song faded in and out with the wind. I caught snatches of what sounded like lyrics, but they didn't make any sense. Not English for sure. Something older, I thought, or maybe just a language I'd never heard sung before. It felt old. That was the only word I could place. Like something you'd hear in a documentary about ancient Europe. I sat there, frozen. Troy noticed something was off and glanced at me, but I just shook my head and kept listening. The singing continued, slowly trailing off, as if whoever was making the sound was walking away from us. Then it just stopped. After that, the woods were dead silent again. I didn't sleep much that night. The fire burned low and the shadows danced on the inside of my tent. I left the flap half open so I could see the fire pit in case anyone, or anything, came close. But nothing did. The next morning, I brushed it off. Sleep deprivation or some trick of the wind. Maybe someone miles away camping and the sound bounced strangely. I didn't mention it to Troy until a few days later when I posted a photo of our camp online. It was just a picture of our setup, the fire pit, the slope behind us, the thick line of trees behind that. I captioned it with something like another perfect spot off-grid. That's when my friend Eric messaged me. At first, it was just hey, was that up on Miller Ridge? I said it was. Then he asked if we'd heard anything weird up there. I remember feeling that twinge of unease in my gut. like I knew what he was about to say. I asked him why. His reply came in blocks of text, a long story typed out quickly. He said he and our mutual friend Jason had gone up that same area maybe a month earlier with Jason's dog. They liked the ridge because no one camped up there. Same reason we did. They set up not far from where I'd camped. Even recognized the same cluster of stones from my photo. He told me that on their second night, they heard a woman crying somewhere down the old Forest Service road that winds about 30 yards from the campsite. It was late, probably close to midnight, and at first, they thought it was someone in trouble. He said they grabbed a flashlight and went to check it out, following the road for a little while and calling out. No response. The crying stopped as soon as they got close enough to the road. Not gradually, just cut off, instantly, like someone hit mute. They waited around, calling out again, thinking maybe someone got hurt or lost. But there was no answer, no sound of footsteps, no rustling in the woods. Just stillness. They gave up and went back to the fire. That's when they found the dog, curled on its side by the pit, legs twitching violently and foam bubbling out of its mouth. They panicked, grabbed the dog, and jumped in the car. Eric said the drive down the mountain was a blur. He held the dog the whole way, and about halfway down, he felt it go totally limp. He said his heart dropped. He thought it had just died in his arms. But then, as they reached the base of the mountain, the dog suddenly jolted upright like nothing had happened. No more twitching, no foam, no panting. Just calm. He ended his message with, "I swear to God, I think there's something evil up there." I stared at that message for a long time. My skin felt tight. Cold sweat clung to my back. I finally replied and told him what I had heard. The singing. The slow, distant melody that drifted down the ridge. He didn't reply right away, but when he did, it was just one sentence. Same damn area. A week later, Eric and I drove back up there. I didn't want to. Something in me was pulling back like an animal near a trap. But I had to know. I had to see where it happened. He directed me up the road and pointed out the spot where they heard the crying. It was maybe 60 feet from where my tent had been pitched. He pointed to a cluster of trees and a narrow gap where brush had been cleared slightly. Probably decades ago when the road was used more often. That's where the crying had come from. I walked around the area slowly. Everything was still. I saw no signs of wildlife. No squirrel nests. No scat. Not even any birds overhead. It was too quiet again. But there was something else that caught my eye. In the spot where the crying supposedly came from, the underbrush looked disturbed. Like something had passed through there over and over again. Not animal tracks. No claw marks or paw prints. Just a narrow path of flattened earth leading further into the trees, half covered with pine needles, but slightly sunken, like it had been used long ago and never quite recovered. I followed it about 50 yards. Eric waited near the road, not willing to go further. The path opened into a clearing, barely the size of a living room. No obvious signs of anything human. Just old, damp leaves and a few fallen logs covered in lichen. But something about it felt wrong. I don't know how else to put it. The silence was too perfect. My breathing sounded too loud in my ears. Even the sound of my boots crunching the ground felt out of place. Then I noticed something on the ground beside one of the logs. A small patch of earth had been dug up. Not by an animal. The edges were too clean, like a shallow hole, maybe 2 feet wide. The soil had been recently disturbed, maybe within the last few weeks. The center of it had a faint rounded dent. I bent down and looked closely. It wasn't just a hole. It was shaped like a bowl, intentionally scooped. I didn't touch it. I just stared, then stood up and backed out of the clearing. Something about it felt like it wasn't meant to be found. When I reached Eric, I told him we needed to go. I didn't explain. He didn't ask. We got in the truck and drove down in silence. I haven't camped since that trip. That was nearly a year ago. I've tried to rationalize it all. The singing, the crying, the daw, the hole in the ground. I've told myself maybe there's someone living up there off the grid. Someone with mental illness or trauma who sings at night or cries and avoids people. Maybe there are chemical deposits in the soil or airborne toxins that affected the dog. Maybe. But when I look back, it doesn't feel like coincidence. It feels like something was watching us both times. Like we were on the edge of something bigger than we understood. I've looked into the area since then. That ridge used to be the site of an old fire lookout, long since removed. There were rumors, just stories from old folks, about hermits or mountain people who used to pass through that range back in the early 1900s. People who kept to themselves and lived in the woods until the land got bought up by the state. I wonder sometimes if someone never left, or if the land remembers them. I know it sounds crazy. I'm not a ranger. I'm not a scientist. I'm just a guy who used to love being alone in the woods. Now I keep the doors locked at night. I haven't left town in months, and I'll never go back up that mountain. I was stationed as a park ranger at Glacier National Park in northern Montana for a little over 6 years. It's beautiful country, no doubt, glacial peaks, alpine meadows, bare grass fields that stretch far enough to make you feel like you're staring into a painting. But even places that look like heaven can go real quiet and real dark when the sun drops, and up there drops fast. No streetlights, no glow from nearby towns, just blackness, a deep, old kind of blackness. I still remember the night that shook me up. It was late September. The park was thinning out by then, tourist season slowing down, weather turning colder. Night temps had started dipping into the 30s. I was working out of the mini glacier post up near the northeast region of the park. It's less traffic than the southern entrances, and the terrain is rougher. Fewer families, more serious hikers, or folks looking to disappear for a few days in solitude. That night, around 3:10 a.m., a distress ping came through our system. GPS coordinates automated. One of the backcountry permits had triggered an emergency beacon. We're trained to respond fast, even if half the time it's just a sprained ankle or someone panicking over a black bear a quarter mile off. But this one was odd. The location was only about 45 minutes by foot from our ranger station, but only if you went through a dry wash and up over some sharp boulder scrambles. Not a usual camping spot. Definitely not for casual campers. The name on the permit was someone I didn't recognize. Young guy, solo permit. Registered 2 days before. It said he planned to camp near a glacial runoff creek that barely shows on the map, just north of Cataract Mountain. Not a typical site, but not unheard of either. People try to get away sometimes. It's part of why they come. I geared up. Headlamp, heavy jacket, water, first aid, bear spray, sidearm, radio, satellite phone. My partner that night was a new recruit, fresh from training. He was eager, probably too eager. Still had that bounce in his step like this job was some adventure and not the grim, cold work it usually turned into. We left around 3:25 a.m. The moon was gone. Sky was all clouded over, no stars. The air had that brittle bite that tells you frost isn't far off. Every breath fogged up in front of our headlamps. We followed the trail for the first 10 minutes, then veered off into the wash, scrambling over cold rocks, slick with condensation. It was about 30 minutes into the hike that I started feeling off. Not scared exactly, but something in me clenched up. I've learned to trust that feeling over the years. The body knows things before the brain does. I looked around. Nothing. Just boulders and dark ridges and the faint echo of our boots scraping over the rock. The wind had stopped. That was the first thing I really noticed. No sound at all. No rustle in the grass. No insects. Not even the low hum of air moving through the ravines. Silence like that doesn't feel right. Not in the wild. Then we heard it. At first, it was faint. Could have been anything. But it got clearer. A sound like crying. A baby. Thin and distant. It echoed, weirdly, like the terrain didn't know what to do with it. But it was definitely a baby. High-pitched wail, a little crackle behind it. And it came from the direction of the coordinates. Now, we don't get kids in that part of the park. And not out at that hour. It didn't make sense. But that's the thing about distress calls. You don't get to think about whether they make sense. You just move. We picked up the pace, slipping a little on the rocks, breathing hard in the cold air. The crying kept going. Then something hit me. It wasn't changing. Same pitch, same rhythm, same breath between each cry. It didn't fade. It didn't change direction. It was just the same cry, over and over. I stopped walking. I didn't say anything. I just stood still and listened. I counted in my head. 3 seconds of crying. 2 seconds of silence. Then again. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Again. It was a recording. That's what hit me like a punch in the gut. No child cries in a loop like that. No real person makes a sound that consistent. I looked over at my partner. Even in the dark, even behind the headlamp glare, I could see the look on his face. Blank. Pale. Like someone had wiped the expression clean off him. We didn't talk. We just stood there. I don't know how long, but something about it didn't feel like a prank or a mistake. It felt wrong. Like someone wanted to pull us in. Lure us. And they knew just how to do it. Eventually I motioned to head back. He nodded. We turned and started hiking out faster than before. I kept checking over my shoulder. Nothing moved. The crying kept going behind us, fading slightly as we gained distance, still in that perfect loop. We didn't stop until we got back to the station. I radioed it in, told them we didn't find anything and we'd try again after sunrise. I left out the loop part. Didn't want to sound crazy, but I filed the GPS data, marked the spot, just in case. The next day, with a full team, we went back. Broad daylight, clear skies. We found the coordinates. No signs of anyone. No tent. No fire pit. No boot prints. No signal from the emergency beacon. Nothing. It was like no one had ever been there. We swept a half-mile radius. Still nothing. I tried to tell myself maybe the guy canceled his trip and didn't bother updating the system. Maybe someone was playing a sick joke. But the system doesn't send false pings. In the recording, it was too specific. Someone had to be there to trigger it. Someone set that up. I requested the permit file. Fake name. Prepaid card. No phone number. All it had was a valid driver's license number, which turned out to belong to a guy who reported his wallet stolen in Idaho 2 months before. Whoever had been up there used a false identity to register and had picked a location that would take time to reach, far enough from common trails to avoid being found easily. I pulled the GPS logs from our hike and overlaid them with old service routes, abandoned paths, anything. There was nothing mapped anywhere near that point. It wasn't a known campsite. It wasn't even on a flat stretch. Just rocks and scrub. For weeks, I thought about that loop. That baby cry. Why someone would use that? I started digging. There were stories. Vague reports from other rangers, different parks. Distress calls that didn't make sense. Sounds that drew people off trail. Strange loops of sound, but never any follow-up. Never any resolution. Just silence afterward. One guy in Oregon had gone looking for a woman screaming for help and was never seen again. His partner said he went ahead to scout and just never came back. The call had stopped 5 minutes after he vanished. After that, I started thinking about bait. Hunters use sound all the time. Elk calls, rabbit squeals, coyotes, even wounded animal recordings. Lures, sound that draws things in. People aren't that different from animals. Not in the dark, not when fear kicks in. I believe someone out there uses sound as bait. That night, we were the prey. And if we hadn't stopped, hadn't noticed that loop, we might have walked right into something we weren't supposed to find. We never got another ping from that permit. The emergency beacon stopped transmitting entirely. Tech said it was physically turned off. Not a malfunction. Someone flipped the switch. We couldn't prove anything. No crime scene. No victim. No evidence. But I still have the GPS spot marked. I won't go back. I've told every ranger who comes through not to trust sounds they hear in the dark. Not without seeing the source. Especially not crying. People think parks are just trees and trails. But they forget how empty those forests can get. How alone you really are out there. There are places in Glacier where the trees are so thick you could scream your lungs out and no one would hear you for days. I still get chills thinking about that night. Not because of what I saw, but because of what I didn't. Because something was smart enough to use human empathy against us. And it almost worked. Sometimes I wonder how many others didn't figure it out in time. How many distress calls were real. And how many were just recordings playing in the dark, waiting for someone like me to walk toward them. I've worked as a park ranger for almost 17 years now. You see all kinds of things in this job. Some good, some weird, some sad, and every now and then something that sticks with you for reasons you can't explain. I've kept journals of my experiences over the years, just little notes on weather, trails, wildlife, and occasionally the odd stuff that doesn't quite fit anywhere else. One of those entries from a few years back still haunts me to this day. I wasn't even on duty when it happened, but it felt more real than anything I ever logged while wearing the uniform. It was my time off. I had taken a week to myself to do some hiking and backcountry exploring. I picked New River Gorge National Park in West Virginia for the trip. I'd never been before, and I'd heard great things about it. 65,000 acres of rugged land, steep canyons, a massive river that cuts through the earth, and endless trails. The kind of place where you can disappear into nature, lose track of time, and remind yourself why you fell in love with the outdoors in the first place. The third day into my trip, I'd hiked one of the longer trails that looped around the northern rim of the park. It was already early afternoon, and the clouds were rolling and heavy and gray, but I still had a few good hours of light left. That's when I saw it, just off the main trail, a thin, narrow path disappearing into the woods. It wasn't a real trail, more like a deer path or maybe some informal route cut through by mountain bikers or other off-grid hikers. It was barely visible, just a suggestion of a trail. Normally, I wouldn't have bothered, but something about it, maybe the way it ducked under thick tree cover or the way the ground was slightly more worn there, got my curiosity up. I had my gear, a flashlight, compass, snacks, and a knife. I wasn't worried. I stepped off the main trail and started following it. The first half mile was slow going. The ground was soft in some places and packed in others. Tree roots tangled the soil, and branches clawed at my shirt and face. I moved carefully, not just to avoid twisting an ankle, but also to keep track of where I was going. I know how easy it is to get turned around in woods like these, especially without clear trail markers. So I broke off small branches and tucked them against tree trunks or dragged my boot heel across the dirt to leave markers for myself. Not just for the return trip, but in case I had to double back quickly. After about a mile and a half, the woods started thinning. Not clearing exactly, but the trees were more spaced out. The air smelled different here, less pine and damp earth, and more like dust and dry wood. That struck me as odd because it had rained the night before. The ground should have still been holding some moisture, but this patch felt untouched. I pushed forward for another half mile when I saw it. A building, just sitting there, in the middle of nothing. No signs of a road leading to it. No fence, no other structures nearby. Just one building, maybe 40 feet long, 20 or 30 feet wide. Large enough to be a small lodge or community hall. I remember stopping and looking around, just trying to take in the surroundings. There was no sound, no birds, no wind. Just this sudden, unnatural stillness. Not a threatening silence, at least not yet, but a hollow kind of quiet that seemed too neat. Like the area had been scrubbed clean of life. I approached slowly. From the outside, the place looked surprisingly intact. No broken windows. The siding wasn't falling apart. It was old for sure. The wood had grayed with age, and there were streaks of moss along the bottom trim. But the structure itself was sound. No overgrowth choking the doors or foundation. No vines crawling up the walls. Someone had been maintaining it, or at the very least, making sure it didn't fall apart. I circled the building once, noting that it had one main entrance in the front and a back door that was boarded shut from the inside. The windows had curtains drawn across them. Not ragged sheets, but real curtains. Clean ones. I should have left. That's the part that gets me now. I wasn't on the clock. I had no duty to check the building, but I was still wearing the ranger's mindset. I'd seen plenty of old mining sheds and logging cabins in parks before, structures that had long since fallen into ruin. This one didn't fit. I wanted to understand why it was here, who built it, why it was still being used. I tried the front door. It wasn't locked. It clicked and opened with barely any resistance. Inside was even more surprising. It was a church. There were maybe 5 or 6 rows of benches on either side of a center aisle. At the far end was an altar. The floor was clean. The benches weren't dusty. There were no cobwebs in the corners. It didn't smell like mold or wetwood. It smelled faintly of incense, like the kind you get in a gift shop in town. The windows let in soft light that caught dust motes floating lazily in the air, but even that seemed minimal. Everything felt controlled. Not polished, but deliberate. Maintained. I took a step inside. That's when things started to feel off. Not wrong in the jump scare way, but in the subtle, skin-prickling, slow creep way. My boots didn't echo. even on the hardwood floor. The sound just felt muted. I scanned the space. To my left, there was a small trash bin next to one of the benches with some crumpled snack wrappers and what looked like a recent plastic water bottle. I don't know why, but that got to me more than anything else. The place looked frozen in time, but that garbage was fresh. That meant someone had been here recently. And if I didn't hear them come or go, then I made my way toward the altar. There was a book lying on top. It wasn't the Bible. I've seen enough of them to know. The cover was dark and rough, maybe some kind of leather, but with no title, no cross, no writing, just a square book the size of a hardcover. I flipped it open. The text inside was in a language I couldn't recognize. At first I thought it was maybe Greek or Latin, but the characters were too sharp, too geometric. Not decorative, just harsh lines and blocks like runes. There were small diagrams along the margins, shapes that looked like star patterns or top-down maps of circular rooms. One page had a hand-drawn figure standing in the center of what looked like a circle of stones. No faces, just a tall figure with arms outstretched. No caption, no explanation. I felt a wave of nausea hit me then. Not from a book, but from the realization that this place wasn't abandoned at all. Someone used this place, actively. And whatever this book was, it wasn't anything I recognized from traditional religion. I suddenly became very aware of how quiet the room still was. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, maybe through one of those curtain-covered windows. I looked up once toward the back of the room and saw nothing, but that didn't help. It only confirmed that I was alone in a place that someone else didn't want found. I shut the book, didn't slam it, just closed it softly, backed away slowly. I didn't run. Not yet, but I moved fast and quiet, like a deer that just caught scent of a predator. I slipped out through the front door, eased it shut behind me, and didn't stop moving. That feeling of being watched didn't fade. It only got stronger. I didn't look back until I hit the thickest part of the woods again. When I finally risked a glance over my shoulder, I could just barely make out the edge of the clearing where the building stood. Nothing followed, but something was different. I felt like I was being tracked, not chased, but followed with precision. Like a hunter shadowing its prey without spooking it. My broken branches saved me. I found my markers without trouble. Every few minutes, I glanced back, half expecting to see someone standing behind a tree or on the trail, but there was never anything. Just a creeping feeling that I'd stumbled into something private. Something I wasn't meant to see. It took me nearly an hour to get back to the main trail. When I finally saw it, I didn't stop. I power walked the rest of the way to the small camp I'd set up near the ranger station on the edge of the park. I didn't look behind me again. I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, I packed up and left. I told myself I'd report it. And I did. I spoke with a ranger I'd met on the first day and told him about the building. I left out the book. Just said it looked like someone had maintained the place and it might be worth checking out. He didn't write anything down, just gave me a nod and said I probably stumbled onto one of the old structures near the ghost town clusters on the south side of the park. Said a few survived better than others. I let it go. I knew he wouldn't go looking for it, and maybe that was for the best. I've thought about that church a lot since then, about who built it, who still uses it, and what that book was. I've searched online for anything similar, but nothing matches what I saw. And the symbols in that book, never seen them again. I don't know what religion or belief system it belonged to, but someone is still maintaining that building, still using it, still returning. And that's what bothers me. It's not the building itself. It's not even the book. It's the fact that something like that can exist in the middle of a national park, just out of sight, hidden down a trail that isn't a trail, and no one questions it. No one investigates it. It's like the land is given that spot permission to remain untouched. I've never gone back. Never wanted to. But sometimes when I hike alone, I think about that faint trail, and I wonder how many more like it are out there, and what waits at the end of them. I worked as a park ranger in the Appalachian region for just over 10 years. Most of those years were predictable, peaceful even. Long shifts patrolling gravel roads, hiking trail systems, checking campsites, and managing the occasional emergency. Lost hikers, injured campers, downed trees. Nothing out of the ordinary, at least not until that night. It was the start of my 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. shift, one of the quieter night watches. I was posted to a lesser-used sector in a remote part of the park that didn't get much foot traffic outside of peak camping months. This was early spring, just warm enough to be comfortable, but early enough in the year that the more casual visitors hadn't started pouring in yet. It was a clear night, nearly full moon, and around 75 degrees. One of those nights where the air feels light and still, no wind rustling the trees, no birds calling, no insects chirping just yet. Just stillness. I'd done this route many times before. The trail wound through a dense patch of hardwood forest. Oak, hickory, some poplar, and then curve around a ridge before looping back to the service road. I had parked my patrol truck near the maintenance gate and was doing my rounds on foot, flashlight clipped to my vest, radio on my hip, and a thermos of coffee in my pack. About 30 minutes in, I was maybe half a mile from the trailhead, walking slowly, scanning left and right for anything unusual, fallen limbs, animal activity, signs of trespassers. I had just stepped over a mossy log when I felt something wet tap the top of my right shoulder. My first thought was sap, or maybe a drop of water from the canopy. The trees above weren't too thick, and even though it hadn't rained in a few days, sometimes condensation builds up on the leaves and drips down. I didn't think much of it, but when I touched the spot with my fingers, the liquid was sticky. Not sap sticky, not water damp, sticky like half-dry glue. I wiped it on my pants, but the feeling didn't go away. I flicked on my flashlight and held it up to my hand. Blood. It was smeared between my fingers, darker than fresh blood, like it had been drying for a while, but still slick. My stomach turned. I immediately backed up and spun in a circle with my flashlight, scanning the trail, the underbrush, and the trunks of nearby trees. I didn't see anything on the ground. No dead animals, no blood trail, no signs of struggle. Everything was dead quiet. I looked up. My beam followed the trunk of a big tulip poplar. It must have been over 100 feet tall, straight as a pole, the first branches at least 20 feet up. At first, I didn't see anything. Then my light hit something that didn't match the color or shape of the branches. It was the carcass of a deer. It was hanging up in the upper third of the tree, limp, twisted, and torn. Its back legs dangled down at an odd angle, and its front half was draped over one of the main branches like something had dropped it there. The torso was mangled, ripped open, bones showing, innards partially spilled but dried out. Even from the ground, I could tell it wasn't fresh, maybe a couple days old. But the position, how it got there, is what stopped me cold. There's no way a deer gets up that high on its own. It wasn't caught in vines or storm debris. Something had to put it there. I remember standing there, frozen, my light locked onto that shape in the tree, and thinking through every logical explanation I could come up with. My first thought was a big cat, a cougar or mountain lion. I knew they sometimes drag kills into trees to keep them away from scavengers. But this wasn't like that. The branch was too thin for a full-grown cougar to perch on comfortably. There were no claw marks on the trunk, no fur, no drag marks on the ground. And most importantly, we didn't have confirmed sightings of mountain lions in that park. None in that state for years. Some people believe they come back, but no photographic proof, no tracks, no game cam hits. Just rumors. And even if one had wandered into the area, why stash a carcass that high up? The height alone made no sense. Most big cats don't carry prey 100 feet up. Maybe 10, maybe 20, but not like this. It was way too high, and the climb was vertical. I stood there for a long time, just looking up, trying to wrap my head around it. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything move. No owls, no hakons, no chipikao ni gitimi husli. It was like the woods had paused. That kind of silence makes you start hearing your own breathing too loud. And I remember how loud my heart sounded in my ears. I radioed it in. Standard procedure when anything out of the ordinary is found. I didn't mention the blood on my shoulder at first. I just said I found what looked like an animal kill in a tree and that I was going to mark the location and follow up in the morning. I gave the coordinates, flagged the trail, and made my way back to the truck faster than I'd like to admit. Back at the station, I couldn't shake it. Even after a shower and changing clothes, I still felt the blood on me. I looked at the stain on my shirt. It had a faint brown-red smear already drying out. No smell to it, no foam or signs of infection, which made me think it wasn't diseased. but something about it still felt off. The next day, I went back with another ranger, an older guy named Doug who'd been on the job longer than me. We hiked back to the spot in the daylight, scanning the tree from a base. The deer was still there. Same position, same dried out state. But in daylight, we could get a better look. The branch it was on was about 95 to 100 feet up. No question. We used a rangefinder and confirmed it. There were no markings on the tree that showed anything had climbed it recently. No deep claw grooves, no broken bark, no scratch marks in the wood. The trunk was smooth and undisturbed all the way up. Doug took a long look, then shook his head and said he didn't know what to make of it. He'd seen bobcats drag prey up into trees before, but not like this. And not in this area. We found no tracks, no blood trail on the ground, no feathers, fur, anything else that would give us a clue. We documented the site, took photos, made a report, but that was about it. The deer stayed up there. We didn't try to bring it down. It would have required climbing gear or a team with ropes, and that wasn't a priority. It wasn't near a public trail, so we didn't see it as a safety issue. But I kept thinking about it. The distance, the state of the body, the fact that something bled on me from that height. I didn't sleep much that week. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that deer, hanging up there like someone had hooked it on a coat rack. The next weekend, I went back alone. Not officially, just walked the trail again out of curiosity. I wanted to see if maybe a storm had knocked it down, or if scavengers had finally reached it. But it was still there. Same spot. But now, something was different. At the base of the tree, I found a small pile of rocks. Stacked, not random. 3 flat stones placed on top of each other, about a foot high. That wasn't there before. I was sure of it. Stacked rocks aren't rare out here. People make cairns on trails sometimes, but we discourage it. And this wasn't on a marked path. It wasn't weathered or old. Just freshly stacked, like someone wanted to mark something. I didn't touch it. Just stood there looking at it. Then at the deer, then back to the ground around me. Still no tracks. No broken branches. Just that pile and that hanging body. I reported the rock pile. Nothing came of it. A few weeks later, when another ranger went to check the site, the deer was gone. Just gone. No bones on the ground. No blood. No food. The branch was empty. The rock pile was knocked over. To this day, I have no idea what happened. Maybe a storm knocked it down and something dragged the remains away. Maybe someone went up there and took it as some sick trophy. Maybe it fell and coyotes scattered the bones. All I know is that night when I looked up and saw that deer, something deep inside me twisted. It wasn't just the sight of it. It was the silence, the feeling of being watched, the stillness in the trees. Like the woods had swallowed something and left no trace. I still work the parks. I still do my rounds. But I never go back to that trail without backup. And I always look up, because whatever put that deer in the tree, it wanted it to be seen. And I saw it. That's the part that keeps me up some nights. Not how it got there, but why. Most of my work days don't involve anything exciting. I walk a lot, drive a lot, and I talk to a lot of farmers. That's the job. As a soil conservationist with the USDA, I spend most of my time out in the fields, looking at erosion problems, evaluating ground for CRP planting, or just checking in on older prairie restoration sites. A good portion of the time, I'm by myself, and when I'm not, it's just one farmer, maybe 2. Long, quiet days in the heat or cold or wind. But I like it that way. No office drama, no city noise, just the land and what's growing or what's not. That particular day, I was scheduled to review a chunk of land enrolled in the Conservation Reserve Program. It was a big parcel of mostly regrown prairie with some pockets of trees set back deep from the main gravel road. The landowner had told our office about some erosion on one of the slopes and wanted to get a better cover established. He'd drawn me a rough sketch and said the issue was on the south side of the parcel, near a shallow drainage swale that ran toward the timber. I parked my truck on the edge of the field by a rusted gate. The map said there was an old trail leading toward the back end of the property, mostly used by hunters and occasionally a tractor. The temperature had climbed well into the upper 80s, but the air was dry and the bugs weren't bad, so I threw on my wide-brim hat, clipped my field notebook to my hip, and started walking. The trail was overgrown. Prairie grasses and dogwood crowded in, and my boots crunched down dried stalks and seed heads as I pushed through. There were old cedar fence posts leaning every 20 feet or so, wire long gone. I kept moving, following a gentle slope down into a hollow, eyes scanning for erosion lines or thinning vegetation. After about 20 minutes of walking, I reached the tree line. The sun filtered through the canopy in patches, and the air cooled slightly. It was a thick stand of second-growth oak and hickory, with the occasional basswood mixed in. I stepped over a small creek bed, mostly dry, and kept following what seemed like a deer trail now. The signs of prairie faded behind me. This wasn't part of the enrolled land, I realized, but the map had mentioned the wooded area, and I figured I'd circle back after taking a look. It was quiet, dead quiet. Even the birds weren't making much noise, which happens sometimes. Still, it had that heaviness, like sound itself didn't want to stick around. I passed through a few glades of tall ferns and then into a darker part of the woods where the undergrowth cleared out beneath the thicker trees. That's when I saw it. I came up over a small ridge, maybe 6 feet of elevation gain, and on the other side was a clearing. Not a natural one either. It was cut years ago, probably maybe an acre in size, with a perfect oval shape and a ring of sumac and willow around its edge. Right there, in the middle, sat an old playground. Rusted, decayed, but unmistakably a playground. There was a swing set, the chains dark with rust, one of the swings hanging halfway down like the chain had snapped and never been repaired. Near was a jungle gym, or what was left of one. The bars were bent and the paint peeled off decades ago. The frame of what might have been a slide was on its side. And then there was the merry-go-round. It was big, painted in broad stripes of red, yellow, green, and blue. The kind with the long handrails and a low profile. It looked straight out of 1970s elementary school. The paint was chipped and blistered, but under the grime and lichen, I could still make out the colors. I remember thinking it was strange that the thing looked so intact, despite everything else being in ruins. But what really froze me was that it was spinning, not just gently moving like something caught a breeze. It was spinning fast, smooth, and steady, as if someone had just given it a hard push. I stood there for a few seconds, trying to make sense of it. I looked around the clearing. No movement, no noise, no breeze. The trees surrounding the clearing were still. Even the grass didn't so much as twitch. I felt a deep chill crawl down my back. My legs locked up without me even realizing. I wasn't scared in the panicked way, not yet. It was more like something ancient inside me recognized danger before my brain could catch up. Eventually, I stepped forward. I looked at the dirt around the merry-go-round. No footprints, not human ones, not even animal tracks. It was like the area had been left untouched for years, except for that spinning, colorful disc turning in smooth silence. That was enough. I turned back. I didn't run. I wanted to, but I kept my pace steady and walked out the way I came in, never turning my back fully until I was back over the ridge. I made my way through the woods and crossed back into the prairie, the dry grass now swaying gently in a breeze that hadn't been there earlier. I didn't stop until I reached my truck. I got in, started it, and sat for a good 5 minutes, staring out at the grass. I didn't even write anything in my field notebook. I just drove back to the office. Back at my desk, I pulled the old county parcel maps. They're not always accurate, but I was looking for any sign that there might have been a school or church or homestead in that area. Something that would explain a playground being built that far off the road. There was nothing. Not on the 1950s aerials. Not on the hand-drawn plat maps from the 30s. Nothing. I brought it up to our staff archaeologist a couple of days later. Told him I found some cultural remains in a CRP area and asked if there had ever been a settlement out that way. He pulled up his own records and said he couldn't find anything about a school or church in that section. He asked what kind of remains, and I just said playground equipment. I got a weird look from him, but he didn't push it. I didn't file a site evaluation. I didn't recommend we follow up. I left it off the report entirely. I didn't even mark the clearing on the map. It wasn't part of the erosion issue anyway. I never went back to that part of the site. A few weeks later, I told my boss in passing that there might be some junk back in that woodlet. Said it was probably an old dumping ground or something. He said he might swing by if he had time. I never asked if he did. He never brought it up again. Over the years, I've worked all over the region. I've been on farms with weird family stories, old barns packed with creepy relics, even one place with a half-buried Model T sticking out of a ravine. But nothing ever felt like that clearing did. Nothing else made the hair on my neck rise and my mouth go dry. And nothing ever made me want to run, the way that slowly spinning merry-go-round did. I've tried to explain it away. Maybe a deer brushed it just before I arrived. Maybe the heat caused some uneven expansion of the metal and created a vibration that set it in motion. Maybe some kids found the clearing before I did and gave it a whirl and ran off laughing. I've told myself all those things. But the truth is, I've seen wind move things. I've seen how nature interacts with metal and rust and old playgrounds. That merry-go-round wasn't drifting in a breeze. It was turning like something wanted it to spin. And the rest of the clearing was too still, too quiet. No life, no sound, no scent. Just dry air and bright colors turning over dusty ground. Sometimes I think about going back with a GPS and trying to mark the spot. Maybe I could take a drone in or tell someone in the forestry program to do a flyover. But I never do. It's not superstition. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever. I believe in what I see and what I can document. But I also believe in instincts. And that day, my instincts told me something was wrong in that clearing. I trust my gut now. If I'm ever out on a field visit and something feels off, I turn around. I skip the data point. I reschedule the check. It's not worth it. And that clearing? I don't even think about it much anymore. Not unless I pass that part of the county and I see the treetops shifting and I remember how still they were that day. I won't go back. I don't need to. Whatever was spinning that thing, it didn't want me there. And that's enough for me. I've been a park ranger for 15 years now. Spent most of that time covering large forest regions in the Pacific Northwest. Pines that never end, hills that twist into one another, animal sounds that get in your ears and stay there even when you're home. You learn quickly out here that the forest doesn't care about your schedule or your comfort. It moves at its own pace, quiet, patient, and never completely still. This story isn't easy to tell, not because it's complicated or hard to remember. It's not. I remember every detail. The problem is that it changed how I see the job, changed how I see the woods. I was assigned to a remote area in Washington State, somewhere between the Cascade foothills and nothing. They called it Section 131B, one of those back-end zones they give to people with experience but no seniority. It didn't even have a ranger station, just a small shed with solar panels for charging radios, a supply locker, and a narrow gravel road leading into a whole lot of forest. It was early April when I got the assignment. The snow had mostly melted except in the deep tree lines, and the earth was soggy but workable. That's when you see the damage from the winter, dead trees, broken trails, water pooling in places it shouldn't. My job was to survey the section and flag any major problems for a follow-up team. I drove in with a full tank, gear packed to the ceiling of my work truck, and enough food to last a week. I wasn't supposed to be there that long. 3 days, tops. The map I was given looked simple enough. Just over 30 square miles of mostly untouched forest, a few marked trails that hadn't been used in years, and 2 old fire towers from the 70s that were supposed to be decommissioned but still standing. I got in around noon and parked where the gravel road ended at a turnaround spot marked with an old Forest Service sign, almost completely faded from sun. There was no one else around. No tire tracks, no prints in the mud. I unloaded, checked the gear twice, and started on foot toward the northern boundary line. The first day was what you'd expect. Muddy trails, down branches, some minor landslide debris on the lower ridge. I hiked about 9 miles before setting up camp near a small stream. It was quiet, dead quiet, actually. That happens sometimes. No birds, no frogs, nothing. Just wind pushing through the trees and the occasional creak of old trunks. I worked long enough in forest to know that's not always a bad sign, but it puts you on edge, makes you listen harder. The second day was when things started to feel wrong. I was checking on one of the decommissioned fire towers near the northeast edge. It took me most of the morning to get there, about 1,200 feet up the ridge, overgrown trail, slippery rock ledges. When I finally reached it, I expected rot, maybe some graffiti. But the tower was almost completely intact. No signs of storm damage, no vandalism, not even rust on the metalwork. That would be strange anywhere else, but in this region, with winters like we get, it didn't make sense. What was stranger was that the bottom hatch was unlocked. Not broken, just unlatched. I climbed up slowly, hand on my belt in case I found squatters or an animal. But it was empty. Just the old cot, the glass panels, a few rusty cans in a corner. There was a strange smell up there, though, like chemical cleaner or antiseptic. The kind of thing you don't expect in an abandoned tower. I noted it in my log, took photos, and started back down. That's when I noticed something that made me stop cold. Footprints. Not mine. These were smaller, lighter, and fresher. The mud on the steps had been disturbed recently. Too recently. I stared at them for a long time, trying to convince myself they were old, or maybe from last season. But the edges were too crisp, not flattened by rain or time. And they led down the tower, not up. I scanned the area. Nothing moved. I didn't hear anything either. No branches snapping, no voices, no rustle of clothes. Still, I waited almost 20 minutes before heading back to my campsite. That night, I couldn't sleep. Not well anyway. I kept hearing things. Small clicks like rocks knocking together. A whistle carried far in the wind. Too faint to be natural, but not strong enough to say for sure. I kept the fire going until dawn. Nothing happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. By the third day, I was ready to finish early and call it in. I decided to take a shortcut back toward the shed by cutting through the center of the section, where the trees thinned into a large clearing shown on my map as Dry Basin. I'd never been there before, but it looked passable. About 3 miles in, I found something I wasn't expecting. A tent. Not just a collapsed tarp or lost hiker gear. This was an intact, modern backpacking tent, zipped shut, staked down, and clean. No tags, no nermis. I called out, instinctively, even though I wasn't supposed to. No reply. I waited a full minute, then unzipped it slowly. Inside was a sleeping bag, some sealed food packets, a notebook, and a small camping stove. The notebook was weird, just pages and pages of weather notes. Cloud cover percentages, humidity, barometric pressure. Not in full sentences, just numbers. For days, weeks, but no name, no journal entries, no reason for any of it. And again, that smell, like antiseptic, stronger this time. I backed off and scanned the area. I didn't like what I was seeing. No prints, no sign of a fire, no trail leading in or out. It was like someone dropped the tent from the sky. I logged the location, marked it on GPS, and started toward the Dry Basin again. But the terrain changed. What should have been a clear path opened into a ravine I didn't remember from the maps. The trees thinned too fast, and the ground went soft. I mean real soft, like a sponge. With every step, my boots sank deeper. I was almost knee-deep before I stopped and turned around. That's when I saw the holes. At first, I thought they were animal burrows. But these were too round, too uniform. I counted at least 12 in the immediate area, each about 10 inches wide and spaced irregularly. Some had standing water at the bottom. Others were dry. I moved back carefully, trying not to fall in. My boots made sucking sounds as I walked, and the smell of rot came in waves. Something about that stretch of land felt wrong. I don't know how else to describe it. Back at the campsite that night, I reviewed my notes, compared the holes with known animal behavior. Nothing matched. No burrower makes holes that deep, that round, and that many in such a small space. And not in that kind of wet ground. I marked it as possible illegal excavation and noted to report it. But then I found something I hadn't seen before, taped to the back of the notebook from the tent. A small photo, black and white, blurry. Looked like it was taken through a window or scope. It showed a person, could have been a man, maybe a woman, kneeling by one of the holes. Their face wasn't visible, but the position they were in, the way their shoulders were slumped forward, it didn't look like digging. It looked like praying. That was enough for me. I packed up and left at first light, took the long route around the basin, and made it back to the supply shed by dusk. But my truck wouldn't start. The battery was dead. Not drained. Dead. No lights, no click, no response. I checked the cables. Tight. No corrosión. Nothing unusual. Then I popped the hood and found something that made my stomach twist. All the wires were cleanly cut. Not chewed. Cut. I stayed in the shed that night with the door locked and my flare gun loaded. I didn't sleep. I just sat there listening to the woods breathe. The next morning, I hiked 12 miles straight to the ranger station at the edge of the district. When I turned in my report, I left out the notebook and the photo. I kept those. Something told me they wouldn't make it into any official record anyway. 2 weeks later, a team was sent in to check on the fire towers and verify my findings. They never found the tent or the holes. They did find tire tracks. Not mine. They were older. Faint, but they led in from the west boundary, a closed section with no road access and no history of activity in over a decade. The official summary labeled it all inconclusive. They reassigned me to a southern district a month later. A smaller one. No remote sheds, no fire towers, no strange clearings. I still have the photo. I keep it in a sealed envelope, locked in a drawer. Sometimes I take it out, hoping I'll notice something new, some clue, some detail I missed. But I never do. What bothers me most isn't the holes or the footprints or the wires cut clean under my hood. It's that someone was watching me out there. Maybe from the tower, maybe from the basin, maybe from somewhere in those woods I never saw. They knew the terrain better than me. They knew how to move without leaving prints, how to cover their trail, how to make a camp look untouched. They knew I'd come, and I think they wanted me to. My name's Colin. I'm a park ranger stationed out in the western edge of Montana, near the border of Idaho. The park I work in isn't one of the famous ones. It doesn't have geysers or mountain views that bring in tourists by the busload. It's a rugged area, remote, heavily wooded, full of wetland valleys, rocky ridges, and stretches of bog and pine that look the same in every direction. Some people call it drainage country because that's mostly what it is. Creeks, springs, runoff. Everything flows down and away into the river systems, and the terrain follows that flow. It's hilly, cut up, unpredictable. My main responsibilities revolve around trail inspection, search and rescue assistance when needed, and wildlife monitoring. But a lot of the job is plain boots-on-the-ground upkeep, marking water levels, clearing storm debris, walking miles of back trails that haven't seen hikers in years, and making sure the old drainage routes don't clog and overflow. That's what I was assigned the week everything happened. It started simple, like most bad stories do. My supervisor handed me a 3-day assignment. Inspect 4 old drainage lines that cut through a long, wet valley called Mirror Creek. It's a wide drainage corridor, over 5 miles long, steep on both sides, and always soaked. The name comes from how the water sits like a sheet of glass over the moss and mud in early morning. These weren't man-made drains. The park doesn't use culverts or cement ditches in this zone. It's all natural cuts and trenches, paths the water carves itself. Our job is to walk them, check for beaver activity, log debris, or note any erosion that started to look bad. I was told it would be a light assignment, walk the valley, take some notes, be back in 3 days. I packed light. My pack had a basic tent, stove, dry food, GPS, satellite phone, weather radio, laminated maps, flagging tape, and a binder of work orders. I didn't bother with backup batteries for the GPS. I was used to this kind of job. The terrain was rough, sure, but it wasn't unfamiliar. I parked at the trailhead near Ash Loop, signed myself in at the old trail register box, and started down the path by 6:30 a.m. The first 3 miles were dense, but manageable. Pine and fir mostly, with thick brush at the edges. There were no fresh boot prints on the trail. I crossed 2 small creeks and passed a collapsed cabin that's been rotting out since the 60s. By noon, I had dropped fully into the Mirror Creek Valley. The place always feels strange, not in a supernatural way, but because it's so damned quiet. The valley sits low, boxed in by 2 long ridge lines. There's no wind that gets down in there. The trees are thick, heavy with moss and wet bark, and everything smells like mud and pine rot. Your boots sink on every step. You can't walk without squelching. Even the birds stay out of it for the most part. I've never seen deer there, either. Maybe the footing's too bad. I set up my tent around mile 4, just off the bank of the creek in a semi-dry patch surrounded by dense cedar. That night, I cooked some dehydrated pasta and checked my notes. I was to inspect drainage route 7 first. It ran parallel to the creek about 600 feet west of it, starting near a pile of large granite boulders. The map showed it weaving down the valley for 2 miles before curving east and rejoining Mirror Creek. The next morning, fog sat low and thick. I gave it some time to lift while I boiled coffee and waited for my gear to dry out a little. By 9 a.m., I was bushwhacking toward the granite markers. I flagged my route every 100 feet, a habit I've never skipped. I found the start of the drainage route without trouble. The land dipped sharply into a narrow cut between 2 rises. It wasn't deep, maybe 4 feet, but it was steep-sided and full of slow-moving water. I walked it for an hour, checking for blockage, taking notes, photographing a few places where logs were wedged across it, then stopped to eat on a flat, mossy ledge. That's when I noticed something odd. About 30 yards downhill, in a bend of the drainage, the water was oddly still. Not just slow, but still, mirror flat, no movement at all, which was weird because everything upstream was flowing fine. I walked toward it and found a blockage. A crude one. Someone had wedged 3 big planks of pressure-treated lumber across the trench and packed dirt and rock behind them. There were also 2 rebar rods sticking up out of the ground on each side, rusted but clearly man-placed. That's not park equipment. We never use pressure-treated lumber out here, and that kind of setup wasn't on any map. I took pictures, marked GPS coordinates, and logged the finding. Figured I'd report it after the job. Probably some old illegal water redirection setup from back in the logging days. Still, I stared at it longer than I should have. Something about the way it was built, too recent to be pre-park, but not fresh either. And there were no tool marks. It looked like it had just appeared. I kept going. By the end of day 2, I had inspected 2 of the 4 assigned drainages. The third, Route 9, was further west, and I had to climb out of the valley to get to it. I camped on a narrow ledge that night, where the slope leveled off just long enough to set a tent. I remember sitting outside, watching mist curl over the trees, feeling a deep pressure in the air. That kind of silence where even your breathing sounds too loud. That night, I didn't sleep much. I heard movement near the tent. Heavy steps. Once, twice, maybe 4 times. I told myself it was elk. That's always the default when something big moves nearby, elk. But I know what elk sound like. They don't move slow. These steps were measured, spaced out. Heavy boot-type sounds, not hooves. I lay still, hand on my bear spray, not blinking. Nothing touched the tent. Nothing tried to unzip anything. But the sound stayed for too long. 40 minutes, maybe longer. Just pacing. Then silence. I fell asleep around 3 a.m., maybe 4. When I woke up, the fog was even thicker. My GPS didn't get signal, which happens sometimes. I packed my gear and moved downslope, following my flagging tape. I reached the creek around noon, but something was off. I didn't recognize the area. My flag route didn't match up. The tape was there, yes, but the terrain didn't fit the map. The forest seemed different. Trees were thicker, the slope steeper. A rock formation I had marked the day before, 3 tall split stones in a triangle, was gone. Just gone. I stood still for a long time. Tried to check my compass. It spun, then froze. Pointed west. I turned it slowly. It adjusted after a second. Pointed east. Then west again. Then stopped. My gut tightened. I worked this park 5 years. I don't get lost. I don't forget formations. But I felt misplaced. Like I had been nudged without knowing. I decided to reset. I moved east until I hit the main creek. From there, I could follow it back to my previous camp and triangulate where I went wrong. After 2 hours of hard hiking, I reached a patch of flat, fern-covered ground. That's when I found the tent. Not mine. Older. Faded. Torn in 2 places along the zipper seam. The fabric was wet, moss-covered. I leaned down and checked the tag. REI, early 2000s model. Inside, there were remnants of gear. A mess kit, a water filter, moldy socks, and a field log. I took the log and flipped through it. Entries dated back 13 years. Some were weathered beyond reading. Others were still legible. A few pages in, the entries changed. The handwriting grew shaky. One line stuck out. I keep hearing them walk around at night. Heavy steps. No voices. Not animals. I stare at that line for a long time. Then another, written 2 days later. Marked the trail. Came back and half the tape was gone. Something is wrong here. Something is watching. I folded the notebook and put in my pack. I backtracked to where I thought my own camp had been, but I didn't find anything. No tent. No fire pit. No food bag. Not even my footprint trail. It had rained lightly, yes, but the ground here wasn't soft enough to erase signs that fast. I looked for broken brush, snapped branches, nothing. I camped that night under a rock overhang. Didn't bother with the tent. I kept my headlamp off. Didn't cook. Didn't move much. The feeling of being watched was constant now, like pressure on my back no matter which way I turned. I didn't sleep at all. Around 2 a.m., I heard the steps again. Same as before. Spaced. Deliberate. Moving just outside the edge of the overhang. My breathing was shallow, chest tight, arm frozen on the bare spray canister. But I didn't move. The steps circled once, then again. Then they stopped. I stayed like that until dawn. When the sun came up, I made the call, used the satellite phone, gave them my approximate location, and asked for extraction. I used the emergency code, which I've never used before. They said they'd send someone by 5 p.m. I had to get to higher ground to make myself visible. So I climbed. It took me 4 hours to reach the ridge. My legs felt like rubber, brain foggy. I hadn't eaten in 24 hours. But when I reached the overlook and looked back down into Mirror Creek, I froze. There were lights in the valley. Not My name doesn't really matter. I'm just another guy in a uniform that most people forget about the second they drive out of the park gates. I worked for the Forest Service for a little over 16 years now, mostly in the Northwest region. That means rain, cold, thick pine forests, and more trails than one person could ever walk in a lifetime. The thing about national parks is that most people only see the pretty parts. The gift shops, the maps, the main trails, the overlooks with benches and railings. They drive up, take a few photos, maybe hike a couple of miles, and leave thinking they've seen nature. They have no clue what actually stretches beyond those marked trails and signs. What lives out there? What's been forgotten? I've been assigned to the western portion of an older forest preserve not far from the border between Oregon and Washington. This section hadn't seen much attention since the early 90s. It wasn't an official park that tourists visited. It was part of what we called an unimproved area. No paved roads, no distroms, no cell towers, just thousands of acres of trees, rivers, old logging paths, and old government signs fading in the sun. My job that week was pretty straightforward. The department wanted an updated trail survey. I was supposed to check in on some of the older paths marked in our 1984 trail registry. The area had seen some storm damage over the last few winters, and they needed to know what was still usable, what was overgrown, what had washed out or collapsed. So I packed my gear, standard stuff. Compass, map, GPS, though we all know it cuts out half the time, extra food, med kit, flashlight, and a printed binder with old trail overlays. I drove the service truck as far as I could down the gravel road, parked it at the rusted-out gate, locked it behind me, and started walking. It was early October, dry air, maybe mid-40s. The trees were just starting to change color. It was quiet, the kind of quiet you can only get out there. No power lines, no distant roads, not even birds sometimes. That first day went smoothly. I hit 2 of the main trails on my list, Trail 23 and 24B. Both were pretty rough, but still visible. I marked down a few broken culverts, some downed trees, and one old trail sign barely hanging on by a nail. Nothing unusual. I made camp near a rock outcropping where 2 trails split and set up my tent. That night was still, dead calm. Not even the usual sound of small animals or branches moving. I didn't think much of it. Some nights are like that. The second day is where things started to feel wrong. I was heading toward Trail 17, which was supposed to loop around a shallow valley and reconnect near an old firewatch point called Hillmark Ridge. According to the binder, it was a 4.2-mile loop. Nothing crazy. Elevation gain wasn't much either. I figured I'd knock it out and be back to my tent before dark. I followed the markers for Trail 17 for about half a mile before they stopped. The paint on the trees had faded to almost nothing, and there were no signs left standing. Still, I pressed on using the GPS and old trail map. The route led down into a narrow, wooded gulch. Lots of ferns, thick moss, very little sunlight. It was cooler down there, and the ground felt softer, like walking on a wet sponge. Not ideal, but manageable. About a mile in, I noticed something strange. The trail seemed too quiet. Usually, even in the deeper woods, you'd hear something. Wind in the trees, birds, the occasional scurry of an animal. But this part felt like walking through cotton. My own footsteps sounded distant, like they were being swallowed by the trees. The air smelled different too. Earthy, yes, but with something else. A sort of musty, dry rot scent, like mildew mixed with rust. Again, nothing alarming, just strange. I kept walking, checked my GPS. It showed me heading along the correct path, though the reception blinked in and out. After another hour, I stopped for a snack and pulled out the map again. According to it, I should have been nearing the loopback section. There was supposed to be an old footbridge crossing a dry stream bed. Then the path would veer left and uphill toward Hillmark Ridge. I never found the bridge. Instead, the trail dipped further down and the trees started to thin out. I stepped into a strange clearing, one I wasn't expecting. It wasn't marked on the map or noted in any of the old records. About the size of a football field, the clearing was surrounded by half-dead pine trees, their needles yellowing and thin. The grass was low and dry, and in the middle of it, I saw what looked like a foundation. Not a building, just a square of cracked concrete. No walls, no roof, just the base of something that had been built and torn down a long time ago. I walked up to it. The concrete had rebar sticking out in rusted curls. Some corners were crumbling. There was nothing on it. No plaque, no trash, no footprints, just cracks and weeds growing up through the slab. I circled it once, checked the GPS. No signal. I looked at the map again. The clearing wasn't marked. Neither was the structure. It wasn't even close to where the trail was supposed to be. I made a note in my logbook and decided to backtrack. I'd somehow taken a wrong turn, and I didn't want to waste more daylight. But the trail behind me was gone. I walked back in the direction I came from, sure of it. I always keep mental track of my turns and terrain. But when I reached the tree line again, the path had vanished. There were no footprints, no broken branches, no sign of movement. It was just trees and more trees. I walked in circles for maybe 15 minutes, trying to relocate my track. Nothing. I forced myself to calm down, told myself it was just dense undergrowth. Maybe I missed the trail by a few feet. I took a compass reading, decided to head west, back the way I'd come. I knew that if I went far enough in one direction, I'd eventually hit a known point or terrain marker. That's when I started to notice the stumps. Scattered around the edge of the clearing, just past the tree line, were stumps. Old ones, not fresh cuts. But they weren't the typical logging stumps. These were arranged in a sort of semicircle, maybe 10 or 12 of them. Same height, evenly spaced. Too clean to be random. Too organized. I didn't like it. It felt staged, like something forgotten that shouldn't have been. I left the clearing quickly and started hiking west. Hours passed. My GPS wouldn't connect. I tried turning it off and on. Nothing. I kept walking. No trail. No markers. No natural signs I recognized. The trees all looked the same. The terrain didn't match anything on my map. I wasn't just lost, I was off the grid. By late afternoon, I realized I hadn't seen a single animal all day. Not one. No squiddies. No deer. No birds. That never happens. Even in quiet forests, there's always movement. Always life. But this stretch felt dead. I set up my tent early that night, just off a small slope with some dry cover. I didn't eat much. I kept hearing something outside the tent. Not footsteps, just a faint crunch now and then, like someone slowly walking on brittle leaves, always just out of sight. The next day, I tried to climb a ridge to get a better view. The trees were too thick at first, but eventually I found a narrow trail that led uphill. When I reached the top, I expected to see the valley, maybe even Hillmark Ridge. Instead, I saw more trees. Nothing but forest in every direction. No peaks. No signs of the old Firewatch Tower. Nothing man-made at all. I dropped back down the ridge and kept walking. By now, I was rationing my food and water. My radio wouldn't reach the service station, not even static. I still had the binder with the maps, but it may as well have been a stack of napkins. None of it matched what I was seeing. At some point, I came across a creek. I filtered water from it and followed it downstream. That's usually a good way to find civilization. Water flows downhill and often ends up near old settlements, roads, or known landmarks. I followed that creek for 2 days. Nothing. No campsites. No roads. Nobody fish. Just more trees, more hills, and more of that weird, suffocating silence. Every now and then, I'd see something strange. Old fence posts with no fence, half-buried rail ties, a rusted can of beans lodged in a tree's roots. Signs of people, but from long ago, and never recent, never helpful. It was the fourth night when I knew something was seriously wrong. I had just started a small fire with the last of my dry kindling, trying to conserve fuel when I saw it. Not a creature, not a person. It was a sign, standing between 2 trees, maybe 50 feet from my tent. An old wooden trail sign, warped with age, the paint so faded it was almost unreadable. It said, Mile 0, Trailhead, but I hadn't passed it before. I've been walking for days, covering at least 15 to 20 miles. And this wasn't near the service road. I knew every trailhead within 50 miles. This wasn't one of them. I approached it slowly. The sign was firmly planted. Not a prank. Not something someone carried out here and stuck in the ground. It had been there a long time. I checked the base. Old concrete poured around the post, cracked and dry. Moss covered the lower half. This was original. I looked behind the sign. The trail it pointed. I'm a park ranger in a state forest that I won't name, but it's located somewhere in the central United States, mostly forest and hills, with a long abandoned rock quarry at the heart of it. It's not on any public trail maps. Locals know it's there, but officially, the area is fenced off and marked as restricted. Too many accidents in the past. People used to jump off the high cliffs into the water, not realizing how shallow parts of it are. It's not safe, and the Department of Natural Resources made it clear years ago that we are to keep people out of there. I've been working here for 7 years. I've done everything from wildlife tracking to search and rescue to maintenance patrols. Most of the time it's peaceful. The worst you'll usually deal with are drunk campers or kids leaving trash behind after lighting off fireworks. I like the quiet. I like walking for hours without hearing another voice. There's a weight to the forest, a kind of calm that settles on you when you're miles away from the road and you know nobody else is out there. It feels like the land is holding still, listening. But this story isn't about the good days. It's about what I found last summer when I got assigned to patrol around the old quarry. They don't like sending us there unless it's necessary. Most of the time, we just check the perimeter fence, make sure the signs haven't been torn down, look for signs of trespassing. Once or twice a year, we get a report of someone sneaking in, usually local teenagers. When that happens, we'll go in, do a sweep, and try to scare them off before they get themselves hurt. It was late July, the kind of humid, heavy afternoon where your shirt sticks to your back 10 minutes after stepping out of the truck. I was assigned to do a solo sweep of the quarry area because someone had spotted a white pickup parked off the access road the night before. It was found abandoned at dawn. No sign of the driver, but the keys were still in the ignition and the glove box had been rifled through. We assumed it was some drunk idiot who wandered into the woods and passed out. They asked me to hike in and see if I could spot any signs of someone down near the water. If I found anything, footprints, gear, maybe a body, I was to radio it in immediately. Otherwise, just report back. I started around 1 p.m. The trail down to the quarry is old, barely maintained. It's not like the groomed public trails that wind through the rest of the park. This one is narrow, steep in places, and half overgrown. You have to watch your footing because some of the rocks shift under you. The trees are thick in that part of the forest, mostly oak and hickory. They lean in overhead, making it feel darker than it really is. The air is still. No wind, no bird song, just the occasional buzz of cicada. I didn't see any trash, no broken branches, no signs that someone had come through recently. I reached the edge of the quarry around 2 p.m. The cliffs circle around a pool of dark water, probably 40 or 50 feet deep at its center, but shallower around the edges where you can see the limestone shelf just below the surface. The cliffs themselves rise about 30 feet above the water, sheer on some sides, sloped on others where you can scramble down if you're careful. I stood there a while listening. I don't know what I was expecting to hear. Splashing maybe. Voices. But there was nothing. Just silence and the buzzing of bugs. I took the narrow path that winds along the rim, making my way toward the northeast corner where the cliffs are lowest. That's usually where people try to climb down. As I got closer, I started seeing marks on the ground, boot prints. Fresh, maybe a day old at most. They led down toward the water. I followed them. At the base of the slope, near the water's edge, I found a small cleared spot where someone had been sitting. There was a crushed beer can, a sandwich wrapper, and what looked like a cheap canvas backpack that had been rifled through. I looked around, but didn't see any clothes or signs of someone swimming. No tovel, no shoes, no estragir. Just a pack and trash. I unzipped the bag and looked inside. There wasn't much. An empty water bottle, a half-used roll of toilet paper, some soggy granola bars, and a cheap plastic flashlight with corroded batteries. Nothing with a name or ID. Whoever this was, they didn't plan to stay long. I scanned the cliffs across the water and noticed something strange. At the far end of the quarry, where the cliffs rise higher and are more dangerous, I saw what looked like a rope or cable hanging down from one of the trees at the edge. It was swaying slightly. That caught my attention. I hadn't noticed it from the main trail, but now that I was down lower, I had a clearer view. I hiked around the edge of the water, keeping an eye on the cable. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a rope at all. It was a thick metal wire, maybe 3/8 inch gauge, bolted to a tree and running down the cliff face to the water. It looked like someone had used it as a makeshift rappel line. I stood there staring at it. The wire was rusted but solid. Whoever set it up did so a long time ago. And that's when I noticed something else. Just to the left of where the wire ended at the cliff wall, there was a narrow ledge, and carved into the stone just below it, almost hidden by a curtain of vines, was an opening. It was square, unnaturally square. Not a cave, this was man-made. I climbed up slowly, using the wire to steady myself. When I reached the ledge, I pushed the vines aside and looked into the opening. It was a tunnel, about 6 feet tall, 4 feet wide, cut straight back into the limestone. The floor was flat, with old wooden planks laid across the stone, warped and cracked from age. There were bolts drilled into the walls at regular intervals, and rusted brackets that might have once held lights. I wasn't expecting that. There were no records of any mining operations in the park files. At least none I'd ever come across. I stepped inside. The air was cooler in the tunnel, still and damp. I pulled out my flashlight and clicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing a long corridor that disappeared into shadow. I took a few careful steps forward. The boards creaked under my boots. About 30 feet in, I found what looked like an old electrical panel mounted to the wall. The wires were long dead, corroded and snapped. But someone had been here recently. There were fresh scuff marks on the floor, and on the wall to the right, a smear of dried mud that looked like it came from a hand sliding along for balance. I kept going. The tunnel turned sharply to the left and widened into a larger chamber. The ceiling was low here, supported by rusting metal beams. On the far side of the chamber was a wooden crate, smashed and rotting, and what looked like the frame of a folding cot collapsed against the wall. But what stopped me cold was the smell. It hit me as I stepped into the chamber. Foul thick, like something rotten and what had been sitting there for days. I covered my nose and crouched low, shining my light toward the far corner. There was a tarp on the ground. A blue one, the kind you buy at a hardware store for $10. It was crumpled and wet, with something underneath it. Something large. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I walked over and used my boot to pull the tarp aside. Underneath was a body. Swollen, pale, face down, maybe 3 or 4 days gone. The clothes were torn, like they'd snagged on rocks or branches. The backpack from earlier probably belonged to him. I stepped back and turned away, trying not to gag. My radio crackled. I jumped. The signal was weak down here, but I managed to call it in. Said I'd found a body, gave my GPS coordinates, and requested assistance. Dispatch acknowledged and said backup would arrive in 2 hours. I sat just outside the tunnel and waited, watching the trees for any movement. I didn't feel right. Something about the whole setup bothered me. Why was the tunnel there? Who used it last? How did the man die? Eventually, the others showed up, 2 more rangers and a local deputy. We flagged the area and did a proper sweep. The deputy looked shaken. He said something about how the man matched the description of a missing person from out of state. Some guy who had been traveling through with no clear destination, last seen a week ago. That's when we found the second tunnel. It was deeper in past the first chamber, hidden behind a collapsed wall of stones. We only noticed it because one of the other rangers noticed airflow coming through a crack. We cleared the stones and found another passage, narrower this time. And what we found inside that tunnel was worse. It was a room, carved into the stone, with a small table, a cot, an old, rusted set of shelves, and chains mounted to the wall. Real chains, heavy iron links bolted into the stone, with shackles. It wasn't a mine. It had never been a mine. Someone had used that place for something else. We found bones in the corner. Animal mostly, we think, but a few of them looked too clean, too long. Forensics later confirmed at least one was human. The place was sealed off after that. Quietly. No press release. No news reports. The official story was unauthorized sheltering in a restricted area. But the old-timers knew better. A few of them said there were rumors about that part of the forest, that it had once been used by survivalists or worse. Maybe even human traffickers back in the 70s or 80s. Nobody ever claimed the man's body. No family came forward. No ID was ever found. It's like he just walked into the forest and disappeared. We welded the tunnel shut that fall. Concrete and steel, 6 feet thick. I still work. I spent nearly 2 decades of my life as a ranger, and most of that was in the northwestern United States. A lot of those years were at a mid-sized national park that I won't name, not out of fear, but out of respect for the people still working there. When I signed on, I didn't expect it to shape my entire life. I came from a logging family, grew up around forests, and I figured being a ranger would let me spend more time outdoors without having to break my back cutting timber like my old man. I was stationed out of the North Ridge Station for the first 5 years. It was a small outpost, 3 buildings and a radio tower, but it was tucked deep in the range where hikers rarely went unless they knew what they were doing. We'd get your standard fare, backpackers, the occasional family group, hunters during season. Most folks stuck to the trails. My job was keeping them safe and making sure the land stayed the way it should. That's the thing about national parks. People think they're preserved, but nature doesn't care about that. Forests grow wild, rivers change course, landslides don't give a damn about boundaries. It's up to us to notice those changes, to document them, report anything unusual, fix what we can, rope off what we can't. That's what they tell you during training. Be the eyes of the forest. I was always pretty solitary, even as a ranger. I liked long patrols, off-trail navigation, anything that took me away from the noise. I'd hike 10 miles just to make sure a marker hadn't been knocked over or to verify some faint trail on an old map. That's how I found the valley. No one had ever mentioned it. Not once in my training. It wasn't on any topographical map I had access to, and believe me, I checked afterward. It wasn't big, maybe 3 miles long and 1 mile wide, but it was so deeply cut into the hills that you'd never know it was there unless you were standing on the edge of it. And the only reason I found it was because I was following a faint old fire break line that looked like it hadn't been used in half a century. I remember the day exactly. Early May, cold spring morning, low clouds hanging in the trees, wet pine smell everywhere. I've been on patrol since dawn, checking some boundary markers along the northern ridgeline. Around noon, I reached the fire break. I followed it for a while. It started wide, but the deeper I got, the more overgrown it became. I wasn't expecting anything strange. It just felt like another quiet day. I remember seeing the sunlight break through a thin patch of mist and hit something up ahead. A change in tree line, maybe. Then I saw the land drop off. It didn't slope. It dropped. A sharp cut in the hills like something had scooped a chunk of land right out of the terrain. The trees were dense along the lip, so it was hard to see from a distance. But once I pushed through, there it was. A hidden valley. Not a gentle one, either. Sheer walls on all sides except the south, which sloped more gently down into a thick bed of forest. Old forest, too. Taller trees than I'd seen anywhere else in the park. Pine, fir, some old-growth cedar. Even from the edge, I could tell no one had been down there in a long, long time. No trails, no smoke, no trash, no sign of people. And that was the first thing that bothered me. I don't mean just campers. I mean any sign. No fallen branches sawed through. No flag trees. No sylganstjes. No rapis. Nothing. It's like the place didn't exist. Naturally, I marked the GPS. I didn't carry a drone or anything, just standard maps, GPS, and my field book. I noted the coordinates and made my way down the southern slope. It was slow going. The ground was soft, but sloped just enough to be dangerous. Lots of pine needles, loose rock underfoot. I slipped a few times, slid about 10 feet once, and scraped my arm up pretty good. I had to walk carefully, using my stick to test the ground ahead. It took me almost an hour to reach the valley floor. Once I did, everything felt different. Not supernatural. I won't use that word. Just off. Colder. Heavier. The air didn't move. Even though the trees were tall and the canopy was patchy in places, there wasn't any wind reaching the floor. It felt like being inside a cave that pretended to be a forest. I walked maybe a mile in, slowly, marking trees with tape so I wouldn't lose my way back. The undergrowth wasn't thick, but the layout was weird. Trees didn't seem to follow the usual growth patterns. They twisted more. Some leaned in strange ways, like the wind had always pushed from one direction. I saw huge stones half buried in moss, some the size of cars, but none sharp, all rounded like river stones. And there wasn't a stream in sight. But what stuck with me most were the dead things. I don't mean rot or decay. I mean old bones, scattered bones. The first set I found were deer, I think, antlers and all, but they weren't laid out like an animal had died and decomposed. They were scattered like something had picked them apart. One femur here, another a few yards away, skull cracked, antlers broken off halfway up the shaft. I found more as I went. Small mammals, birds, even a bear, based on the size of one skull, I found under a cedar. All scattered, all broken, not a single full skeleton. There was no smell, no rot, no flies, just empty bones and a forest that felt like it hadn't moved in decades. I spent maybe 2 hours in that valley before heading back up. I didn't like how my head felt down there. Not dizzy, but foggy. It was hard to focus. I started second-guessing my compass. For a moment, I thought I'd walked in a circle, even though I'd taped every few trees. But I found my own tracks in tape again, so I followed them back out. I hiked back to the outpost that night and didn't say a word. I told myself I'd go back with another ranger or file a report after more research. But I didn't, and that was my mistake. I went back a week later. I couldn't let it go. The valley had gotten stuck in my head like a bad itch. I wanted to understand it, document it, figure out why it didn't show up on the maps. And maybe deep down, I wanted to prove I wasn't imagining how wrong it felt. This time, I went in better prepared. Trail camera, sample kits, more flagging tape. I left at sunrise and reached the valley by noon. Same entry point, same slope, same eerie silence. I set up 3 trail cams spaced about 100 yards apart along the valley floor. Mounted them on thick trunks about 6 feet up, angled them slightly downward as we were trained. I marked the GPS coordinates and wrote it all in my field book. Then I started exploring deeper. That's when I found the pit. It was near the northern end of the valley, down a slight decline past a line of boulders. At first, it looked like a sinkhole, just a round, dark hole in the forest floor about 6 feet across. I approached carefully. No sign of animal prints. No disturbed soil. Just pine needles and dead leaves leading right up to the edge. I knelt beside it and tossed a small rock in. No esplas. No tooth. Just silence. That's when I smelled it. Not strong, but unmistakable. A faint trace of old blood. Like metal and rot. I've been around enough dead animals to know that smell. But there was no carcass in sight. and the air above the pit was cold. Not cool. Cold. Like opening a freezer. I didn't climb down. I'm not stupid. I backed away and flagged the area. I wrote down everything. Then I took soil samples from around the edge and snapped a few photos. I left the valley shortly after that. For the next 2 weeks, I filed no report. I couldn't explain it. And something about it made me feel like I shouldn't explain it. Like I was trespassing in a part of the world that didn't want to be documented. I checked the trail cams 2 weeks later. All 3 were smashed. Not torn down. Not chewed. Smashed. Crushed flat against the trees they were mounted to. One was split down the middle. The memory cards were gone. Not damaged. Asterisk on star. No sign of animals. No prints. Nothing. I never set up cameras in the valley again. I still patrol the area, but I never went deeper than the outer ridge. I flagged it as unstable terrain in our records, which meant no public access and no further surveying required. That was the best I could do, but it didn't stop. Over the next few months, I noticed things changing near the ridge. Trees falling without wind. Entire groves leaning eastward, even though the wind in that part of the range always came from the west. Birds stopped flying over the valley. I didn't notice it at first, but one day I realized I hadn't seen a single hawk or raven above that stretch in months. They went around it every time. Then I found the backpack, a torn, half-buried pack wedged between 2 rocks near the ridge. No ID, no worit, no tags, just a shredded pack, a broken buckle, and a water bottle with teeth marks in the plastic. I filed that one. A possible old lost item, I wrote, but I never followed up. I didn't want to know. I left the park 2 years later. There were other reasons. Budget cuts, staff turnover. But really, I left because I couldn't take it anymore. The feeling that something was watching that valley. Not a creature, not a person, just something, waiting. To this day, no one's flagged that part of the park. It's still listed as a minor landslide zone. No trails go near it. No one camps there. I still have my field book, the notes, the photos, but I'll never go. I don't care how long I do this job. The forest always finds new ways to make my skin crawl. I've been a park ranger for 15 years now. Started young, in my early 20s, fresh out of a forestry program with the Department of Natural Resources. My first posting was in a small wilderness preserve out in Idaho. Since then, I've worked in 4 different states, all heavily forested. Right now, I'm stationed in a large national forest somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. I won't say exactly where because I don't need people sniffing around the area after what happened last fall. But I'll tell the story. I'll tell it exactly how it happened, because it's the only way I've found to make peace with it. Or at least try. The forest here is dense. A real cathedral of trees. We've got Douglas fir, red cedar, western hemlock. It's dark even on bright days. The undergrowth is thick in some places, ferns waist high, moss hanging from the branches like old cobwebs. It's a beautiful place, but also one that can turn on you if you're not careful. I've found people's bodies out there. People who went out for a hike and just didn't come back. Nature doesn't care who you are. If you make one wrong step, it'll swallow you whole. Back in September of last year, I was scheduled for a routine solo patrol. We do those twice a month. Our coverage area is big. Over 200 square miles of forest, some of it only accessible by foot. The plan was to hike out along an old service trail that runs from the main fire road at mile marker 7, hook around past a dried up creek bed, then follow the back boundary fence for about 6 miles until I looped back to the road near mile marker 12. All told, about a 10-mile hike. Nothing too intense, but long enough to take most of the day, especially with gear. I started early, around 7 a.m. Weather was overcast, cool, dry, perfect for hiking. I packed my day bag with the essentials: radio, GPS, flare, first aid, spare water, trail bars, my .357 sidearm, standard issue out here, a compass, and a laminated topographic map I'd marked up with grease pencil the night before. Even though the GPS works fine in most of the forest, I always bring paper maps. Electronics fail. Paper doesn't. The first stretch of trail was familiar. I'd walked it dozens of times. It cuts along the edge of a shallow ravine before climbing a bit through a stretch of thick pine. Animal tracks were fresh that morning. Deer mostly, some raccoon prints in the mud. I stopped once to log some evidence of poaching, shell casings, and a crude deer blind about 40 yards off trail, but nothing urgent. Took some photos with my work phone, logged the coordinates, and kept going. At around 10:30, I reached the halfway point. That's where things started to feel off. The trail widened slightly near a flattened spot in the woods, an old service clearing we call Mile Marker 9, even though it's not marked on any official map. It's just a nickname. Sometime back in the 80s, a crew set up a temporary camp there to do wildfire control, and the name stuck. These days, it's just a quiet patch surrounded by dense woods. No structures, just mossy rocks and a few rotting timber stumps from when they cleared it out. The weird thing was how quiet it was. Now, I don't mean quiet like peaceful. I mean dead quiet. No birds, no wind, not even squirrels. And out here, that's never a good sign. Forests always make noise. Even when nothing's moving, the trees talk to each other. Leaves rustle, wood creaks, distant branches snap. This was just stillness, like everything was holding its breath. I stood there for a few minutes, just listening. Not because I thought anything was wrong, just because I felt something was off. You get these gut feelings after years in the field. Sometimes it means nothing. Sometimes it saved your life. I moved into the clearing to look around. The ground was dry, soft in places where moss had overtaken the soil. A couple fallen logs lay on the edge. I knelt by one and spotted something that caught my eye, a small strip of faded blue cloth snagged on a branch. Not old, either. No mildo, no tering, just faded from the sun, like it had been there a few weeks, maybe a month. It wasn't from any ranger gear. Wrong color, wrong material. I took a photo and logged the location, then noticed something else. Multiple sets of footprints. Human, different sizes, barefoot. That stopped me. They weren't just randomly placed either. They were clustered, leading from the trail into the clearing. Some were small, child-sized. Others were adult, wider, with visible arches and heel marks. They weren't old prints either. The moss hadn't had time to grow back where they'd stepped. The depressions were clean. I crouched and followed the tracks toward the opposite side of the clearing. They vanished into the trees after about 15 feet, but not before I noticed something else. Scratch marks on the bark of cedar tree. Deep ones. Parallel. I measured one with my multi-tool, about 5 inches long, maybe half an inch deep. Not made by an animal. The spacing was off. Looked more like someone had dragged a blade or a sharp rock along the bark over and over again. Over years, maybe, but the sap was still leaking from the cuts. I scanned the tree line with my binoculars. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. I considered calling it in, but something about the situation made me hesitate. I wanted to see more first. Maybe find out where those prints went. I marked the location with a ribbon from my pack and pressed forward into the tree line, careful to note my direction, due northeast according to the compass. About 20 minutes in, the forest got denser, thicker than I remembered. I've hiked that area before, but the undergrowth seemed more tangled than usual. I kept getting snagged by ferns and branches. I had a bushwhack with my machete just to make headway. Still no animal sounds. Still no sign of movement. Then I found the pit. Wasn't big, maybe 4 feet across, 2 feet deep. Looked like it had been dug with bare hands. The sides were clawed out, uneven. Clumps of dirt were thrown around haphazardly. At the bottom, a pile of small bones. Animal, I thought at first, until I spotted the shape of a tiny human-like hand. It was a doll's hand. Plastic. Dirty, scuffed, missing fingers. But it was cradled in the middle of the bones like it meant something. I felt a cold sweat break across my back. I photographed the pit, GPS marked it, and started back toward the clearing. My instincts screamed to leave. I'd seen enough. I was deep enough to lose radio contact if anything went wrong. When I got back to the clearing, something had changed. The footprints were gone. Not covered. Gone. The moss was undisturbed. Like no one had ever stepped there. But I know what I saw. I know exactly where they'd been. The blue cloth was gone too. I scanned the area again, heart pounding, and caught a shape, barely visible, moving at the edge of the clearing. I raised my binoculars, but it was gone in a blink. No sound, no movement, just gone. I didn't run. I didn't panic. I made my way back to the main trail with steady steps, checking my compass and GPS every few minutes, making sure I wasn't veering off course. Still dead quiet. Still that strange pressure in the air, like the forest was waiting for something. I reached the fire road at mile marker 12 by early evening. By then, I had full signal and radioed back to base. Log what I found. Didn't say anything about the footprints vanishing. Just described the tracks, the pit, the scratch marks. Kept it professional. Said it should be followed up. 2 days later, a small team was sent out to investigate. I wasn't part of that group. They hiked to the clearing, used my GPS coordinates. Found nothing. No kolochi, no footprints, no pichi. Not even the scratches on the cedar tree. Just a quiet patch of woods. They wrote it off as a false report. That didn't sit right with me. I went back out there on my own a week later. Took a different path. Didn't tell anyone. Spent 5 hours combing the area. Still found nothing. No evidence. No signs. Just trees and moss and silence. A month later, I was checking our trail camera feeds from various parts of the forest. One of them, located about 2 miles north of the clearing, triggered at 2:13 a.m. The photo it captured was dark, grainy, but I could see something in the frame. A person, standing in the trees. Not facing the camera, facing away. Barefoot, wearing a tattered piece of blue fabric over their shoulder. There was something else in the photo too, down near the bottom of the frame. 2 smaller figures crouched near the ground. Children maybe, also barefoot. I flagged the photo and sent it to my supervisor. They forwarded it to law enforcement. We had a full search effort go out that week. Helicopters, dogs, teams combing the area in grids. Nothing was found. After that, they moved me to a different sector of the park. So it was routine. I didn't argue, but I still think about that place. That clearing. Those tracks. I don't know who or what is out there, but I know I wasn't imagining it. You work in the woods long enough, you start to see through the layers. Not everything hides in the dark. Some things stand in plain sight, silent, still, waiting for people to forget they were ever there. I haven't been back to mile marker 9 since. I don't plan to, but sometimes when I'm walking a trail alone and everything goes quiet, I've worked as a park ranger for 15 years. In that time, I've dealt with everything from lost hikers to illegal hunters, from wild animal attacks to flash floods, even a couple of drug labs deep in the woods. Nothing ever really stuck with me. I always chalk things up to bad luck or stupid people doing what stupid people do in places they shouldn't. But there was one patrol I did back in 2016 that still eats at me to this day. It wasn't ghosts or anything like that. It was something far more real, far more possible. And that's why it still keeps me awake at night. This happened in early November. Cold enough that the bugs were gone, but the snow hadn't started piling up yet. I was stationed in a remote district of Washington State, near the Olympic Peninsula. Rugged country out there. Miles of thick, old-growth forest, winding dirt roads, old fire trails that haven't been used in decades. The kind of place where you can go 2 full days without seeing another person. That week, we had gotten a report from a small wildlife research station, just 3 biologists and a part-time technician, about some broken equipment. They'd had motion-triggered cameras they'd set up across about a 20-mile stretch of forest to track cougar movements. But 3 of those cameras had stopped transmitting in the span of a week. Not unusual on its own, since these things get knocked down by animals or just die in the weather. What made it odd was that they'd lost signal in a perfect triangle pattern, and the last photos they transmitted were all corrupted. Just static, no image. The research station didn't have a staff to go out and investigate, and the biologists were worried it might be vandals or someone tamper with their data. So they filed a request for a ranger to check it out. It landed on my desk. I wasn't thrilled. The location was a solid 2-hour drive from the station, and it would be at least an overnight hike through some steep terrain, mostly off-trail. But this was part of the job. I packed up my field kit, brought extra food and a tent, loaded my pack with a GPS, maps, extra batteries, and my .357 revolver. Not standard issue, but up there in the woods, cougars and bears weren't the only things you had to worry about. I signed out and left early the next morning. Took the gravel forestry road as far as I could. then parked at a dead-end clearing used by hunters. From there, I had to hike about 8 miles to reach the first camera. The weather was decent, dry, gray skies, not much wind. But the woods felt heavy, like they do before a storm rolls in, even though nothing on the forecast showed that. I chalked it up to the thick tree canopy and moved on. The hiking was tough but uneventful. These were some of the oldest woods in the state. Big Douglas firs, cedars, and hemlocks that blocked out most of the light. The forest floor was soft with moss and fallen branches, and thick with undergrowth in some spots. I passed a few older animal trails and some old logging ribbons, but no fresh signs of people. About 3 hours in, I reached the site of the first camera. It was mounted to a tree facing a small game trail. The camera itself was hanging off its mount, still attached by the cord like something had yanked it hard. The plastic casing was cracked, and the SD card slot was empty. That's not normal. Even if an animal had knocked it over, the card should still be inside unless someone took it. I noted the damage, took some photos, bagged the remains, and moved on. The second camera was about 3 miles west on the slope of a ridge. This stretch was harder, dense brush, fallen logs, and loose footing. I had to take it slow. About halfway there, I started getting this strange smell. It wasn't decay exactly, more like wet leather and blood. Very sharp, almost metallic. I stopped, scanned the woods. Nothing. No birds, no squirrels. No sound at all except the wind in the treetops. I moved slower after that. I've smelled that sort of thing before when I've come across cougar kills. Usually deer or elk, half covered in dirt or leaves. But I didn't see any signs of a struggle. Just that awful smell hanging in the air, like something had just happened nearby. When I reached the second camera, it was gone completely. Not just knocked over or damaged, gone. The straps were still on the tree, but the camera itself had been cut clean off. I checked around the area, did a sweep of about 50 yards. No sign of it. No tracks, no broken branches, nothing. Just that same smell, stronger now. I checked my GPS. Still had signal, but I marked the coordinates manually just in case. I camped out that night near a dry creek bed, made a small fire, cooked some freeze-dried food, and kept my revolver close. The smell lingered into the night. It seemed to come and go with the wind. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a crunching sound outside the tent. Something heavy stepping on dry leaves. I froze, listened. No breathing, no growling, no panting, just 1 or 2 heavy steps, then nothing. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes, revolver in hand, waiting for more, but never came back. I didn't sleep after that. At first light, I broke camp and headed for the third camera. It was northwest, about 5 miles across some rough terrain. That's where things started to really feel wrong. About a mile in, I found what looked like part of a hiking pack, torn nylon, part of a shoulder strap. No blood, no tags, just a strap lying on the ground under a pine tree. I marked it, photographed it, and kept going. Then I started finding more things. A sock, a water bottle, a crushed granola bar wrapper, all scattered along what looked like a random path leading deeper into the woods, not along any trail. It wasn't enough to confirm someone had gone missing. Sometimes people just litter, or maybe someone lost a pack and it got torn open by animals. But the pattern felt wrong. It wasn't like a camp had been torn apart. It was like someone had been dropping things, one at a time, as they moved through the forest. Finally, I reached the third camera, or rather, where it used to be. The tree it was mounted to had deep gouges in the bark, like someone had used a knife or hatchet to cut into it. The strap was gone, the mount too. No camera, no card. But nearby, maybe 15 feet away, was what I can only describe as a kind of shelter. Not a full cabin, not even a tent. More like a makeshift lean-to made of branches, bark, and debris. It had clearly been used recently. The floor was flattened, and there were small items inside. Tin cans, bits of cloth, a sock, the broken handle of a knife. It didn't look like a hunter's blind or a survival shelter. It looked frantic, like someone had thrown it together in a rush and kept modifying it over time. There were bones too, small ones, probably raccoon or rabbit, stripped clean and piled in a corner. I didn't go inside. I backed away slowly, recorded everything I could, and got back on the GPS path to return to my vehicle. That's when I noticed I was being followed. It started with the sound of movement, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, always just behind me, always stopping when I stopped. I turned quickly a few times, scanned the trees with binoculars, but I never saw anything. The feeling built in my gut though. You know how your body just knows sometimes that someone's watching you, that you're not alone? That hike back was the longest 5 miles I've ever done. I didn't stop. I didn't rest. I just kept moving. At one point, I nearly twisted my ankle trying to climb over a fallen log, but I didn't care. I just wanted out of there. When I finally made it to my truck, I locked the doors, sat there for 10 minutes just trying to calm my breathing. Then I drove straight back to the station. I filed a report, gave them everything, the photos, the GPS coordinates, the damaged camera pieces, notes on the lean-to, even the smell I kept noticing. The response was mild. No one else seemed particularly concerned. The assumption was that maybe a squatter had taken up residence and trashed the equipment. It's not unheard of. We get drifters and off-grid types out there now and then. But that didn't explain the clean cuts, the missing SD cards, the feeling of being followed, or that strange coppery smell that had clung to my clothes for days after. I requested that a search team be sent out. They did 2 days later. 3 rangers, including my supervisor. They found the first 2 sites I'd marked. Found the same damage I described. But when they got to the 3rd site, the lean-to was gone. Completely. Not collapsed or damaged, gone. No branches, no bones, no cloth or cans. Nothing. Just an empty patch of forest with no signs of activity. They combed the area for hours. Nothing. After that, the story faded. The researchers gave up on those cameras. I was rotated to another district. No missing persons reports were filed that matched the gear I'd found. Nothing ever came of it. But I still think about that lean-to, about those clean bone piles, about that strange pattern of the camera losses. And mostly, I think about whoever or whatever was following me on that trail. I never saw a face, never heard a voice. But I know this, someone was out there. Someone who didn't want to be found. Someone who knew the woods better than I did. Someone who had no problem making people disappear without a trace. And I believe they're still out there. So if you ever find yourself deep in the forest, especially in those remote areas where the trail runs cold and the trees close in around you, pay attention to what you smell. And if you ever see a camera mounted to a tree, just keep walking. I'm a seasonal park ranger. I spend most of the year moving from park to park across the western U.S., sometimes up north, sometimes down south, wherever the job takes me. I never stay too long in one place, mostly because I like being alone. People wear me out, but being in the woods, the mountains, the wide open spaces, those things give me peace. This story happened a couple years ago at a park near the Arizona-Utah border. I won't say the exact name, but it's one of those places where tourists love to stop for the views and disappear down remote trails. You get the picture: big desert cliffs, endless plateaus, miles and miles of rock and silence. The North Rim, as we called it, wasn't as popular as the main part of the park. Fewer people came up there. That meant fewer problems, but it also meant we didn't patrol as often. I was assigned to a backcountry station that sat around 20 miles from the nearest paved road. No cell service, no internet, just a radio that connected to the main station. We had a small cabin up there, 2 rooms, propane stove, with heater, bunk, and shortwave radio. Enough to get by. I didn't mind the isolation. In fact, I preferred it. That week, I was covering a shift for another ranger. My job was basic: monitor the trails, check any flagged issues, and log weather reports twice a day. That part of the park had a couple known hazards: rock slides, animal dens, steep drop-offs with loose soil, things like that. Nothing too wild, but still enough to warrant caution. My shift started quiet. Days passed with the usual routine. I hiked in the mornings, logged reports, drank terrible instant coffee, sat on the porch, and listened to the wind whistle through the juniper trees. It was a lonely job, but felt right. On the 4th day, things started to feel off. It was early, around 6 a.m. I had just finished a small hike to check a trailhead about 3 miles from the station. There was a dry wash that cut through the land and a sign warning of flash floods during monsoon season. As I was heading back, I noticed something strange in the dirt near the edge of the trail. At first I thought it was just animal prints, maybe a mountain lion, maybe a big coyote, but the pattern didn't make sense. There were footprints. Human. Barefoot. That alone wasn't the weird part. I've come across barefoot hikers before, usually people trying to connect with nature or whatever. But these prints were deep, scattered, and pointed in all directions. It looked like someone had been pacing, maybe running back and forth. No other tracks nearby. No shoes left behind. No sign of camp. The prints led off the trail into the brush, so I followed for about 30 yards until they just stopped. No gradual fade, no heel marks turning back. Just stopped. I stood there for a minute, listening. The woods were dead silent, which was strange for that time of morning. No birds, no wind, just quiet. I wrote it off as someone messing around and went back to the cabin. Later that day, I mentioned it in the logbook and marked the area on my map. Figured I'd check it again the next morning. But that night, I barely slept. I kept hearing things, twigs snapping, soft rustling outside the cabin. I've spent enough time in the backcountry to know the difference between animals and people. And that night, it felt like someone was out there watching the place, circling just beyond the tree line. The next morning, I hiked out to the same spot. This time I brought a trail camera. I mounted it to a tree and adjusted the motion sensor. As I was setting it up, I noticed something else. New tracks, same size, same bare feet. This time they circled the tree I was working on, almost like someone had been watching me the day before. Again, I followed them, and again they stopped abruptly after about 20 yards. No other signs. No blood. No fabric. Nothing that might suggest a fall or injury. Just footprints that ended like someone disappeared mid-step. I walked back to the cabin faster than I cared to admit. That day, I radioed the main station, told them about the tracks, and asked if we had any reports of missing hikers or campers. They said no, nothing out of the ordinary. I logged everything I found, but no one seemed too concerned. That night, I triple-checked the cabin doors. I moved the propane canisters inside and kept my flashlight and sidearm within arm's reach. I was starting to feel something I hadn't felt in years, paranoia. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of gravel crunching. Slow, deliberate steps outside the window. I stayed still, barely breathing. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear the blood in my ears. The steps stopped just below the window. I waited, not moving a muscle. Then I heard scratching, light, almost playful, like fingertips dragging across the wood. I stayed frozen until the sound stopped. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10. I didn't move until the first light came through the blinds. When I finally stepped outside that morning, I saw more tracks. Barefoot, same size. They went from the edge of the woods to the side of the cabin, where they stopped, right below my window. No other marks. No signs of a person laying in wait. Just prints like someone had walked up, stood there, and left. I retrieved the trail camera later that morning, hoping for something. Anything. But the memory card was empty. No motion triggers. I tested it. Fully functional. Batteries fresh. Angle perfect. It should have picked up a rabbit, let alone a full-grown adult. I started to think someone was messing with me. Maybe another ranger pulling a sick joke, but that didn't make sense. No one knew I was out there except the guys at base, and they didn't seem the type to pull stunts like that. Plus, they were all accounted for on the roster. That evening, I packed my gear and moved the cot in the back storage closet, a room without windows. I kept the radio on low and sat with my flashlight pointed at the door all night. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I put in a request to rotate out early. Told them I had a family emergency. They didn't ask questions, just said it would take 2 days to get someone to come pick me up. I could handle 2 more days, or at least I thought I could. The second night, the footsteps came back, but this time they weren't slow. They ran, circling the cabin in fast, erratic loops. I heard the wood creak under the porch. Something knocked over the firewood pile outside. I sat in the dark, breathing through my nose, gripping the sidearm like my life depended on it. Then came the tapping. Faster, louder, all around the cabin. Not just one window, every wall. Like someone was running in circles, dragging their fingers across the walls and slapping their hands against the wood as they went. I stood, ready to burst out and confront them, but I couldn't bring myself to move. My instinct screamed, "Don't open that door." At one point, the doorknob to the front porch started rattling. I aimed the gun at the door and whispered to myself not to shoot unless it opened. After what felt like forever, the noises stopped. Dead quiet again. At dawn, I found the front door still locked. But in the dirt, more prints, so many it looked like a dance floor. Circles and zigzags, looping in every direction. But still only one set of prints. One barefoot person. No sign of clothing or gear or tools. No signs of sleep or rest. Just tracks that moved like a wild animal, not a person. I didn't wait for the extraction team. I loaded my pack and started the long hike back to the road. It took me all day, and I didn't stop once. I kept looking over my shoulder, listening for those damn footsteps. I never saw anyone, but I could feel it. The way you feel a shadow on your back when you know someone's behind you. When I made it back to the paved road, I flagged down a maintenance truck and hitched a ride back to the base station. I didn't say much, just that I wasn't feeling right and needed time off. Later that week, the ranger who replaced me went up to the cabin. He lasted 2 nights. On the 3rd day, he called in and requested to be rotated out due to unexplained activity. Same story. Footsteps, tapping, no visual on the source. Eventually, the park restricted access to that part of the North Rim. Said it was due to increased rockfall risk and trail instability. Total bullshit. They just didn't want more questions. I never went back. I still work in parks, still live alone, still take backcountry assignments. But I never let myself get more than a day's walk from a road anymore. I've been trying to figure it out for years. The prints, the silence, the pacing, the watching. No one ever filed a missing person report from that area. No shuas, no klutas, no kam, no bonas. Just footprints. Always barefoot. Always circling. Maybe it was some hermit gone crazy. Maybe someone hiding from the world. But the thing that still eats at me, who survives out there, alone, without food, without gear, barefoot in the high desert for years? And why do they never speak? Never show themselves? Sometimes I wonder if they're still out there, pacing in the brush, waiting for the next ranger to come along. And when the wind dies, and the woods go silent, I swear I can still hear the soft crunch of bare feet in dry gravel. Circling. I worked as a seasonal park ranger for 6 years in different parts of the country, mostly remote areas that didn't get much foot traffic. I like being away from crowds. Most of my co-workers did it for the love of nature, but for me, it was about silence, about space. Being alone with trees and wind made more sense than being with people. I guess I just felt more real out there. In 2019, I got posted to a lesser-known state park in Kentucky. Locals called part of it Black Hollow. Not officially on the map, but known enough that the older guys at the ranger station mentioned it casually. Just a low dip in the land on the eastern end of the park, dense woods, no trails, no campsites, nothing. Some of the maps showed a dried-up creek bed snaking through it, and that was about all. I was assigned trail maintenance, patrols, and logging tree fall or erosion in certain zones, and Black Hollow fell under Zone 7. It wasn't high on the list, too remote, too thick, but every couple weeks, one of us had to check in on it, just to make sure nothing major had happened like illegal hunting or trees collapsing near the boundary. This was state park land, but bordered some private properties, mostly empty hunting cabins or shacks deeper in the woods. It was early September, the dry spell. The heat hadn't broken yet, and the forest felt cracked and still. I was told to do a full sweep of Zone 7. Normally, that would have meant a half-day hike in and out, not much to see. But I'd heard from one of the older rangers that a small controlled burn from the spring hadn't gone right, and now the brush in that part was thick and dry. Could be a fire risk. I packed light, hydration pack, satellite radio, 2 MREs, notebook, trail marker tape, and a fixed blade I always carried in the forest. Not for animals. For people, if I'm being honest. You spend enough time alone in state parks. You learn quick that animals leave you alone. It's people that can make your stomach turn. I started the hike around 8 a.m. I'd parked at the service gate off Route 19, the last road before the trees took over. It was 5 miles to the edge of Black Hollow, and I took my time. The trees leaned thick over the path, and the sun barely touched the forest floor by mid-morning. The deeper I walked, the less I heard. It's hard to describe if you've never been truly alone in old-growth woods, but the air starts to feel heavy, like it's pressing into your eardrums. You hear your own heartbeat, and even your breathing feels louder. Around noon, I reached the edge of Black Hollow. It was obvious when I got there. The tree line dropped fast, the slope dipped down hard, and the air just changed. The vegetation grew wild, almost tangled, and the ground looked black from a distance, probably from that half-burned undergrowth I'd been told about. There were no signs of recent human traffic, no boot prints, no wrappers, no cigarette butts. That part was good, but something didn't feel right. It was dry, but the air didn't smell like dust or pine. It smelled flat. I didn't know at the time, but I kept breathing through my mouth after a few steps. It was like the air didn't hold any life to it. I worked my way down into the hollow, careful not to slip. The grade dropped harder than the topo map suggested, and there were loose stones under the brush. After about 20 minutes of picking my way down, I reached the old creek bed. The ground here was black as charcoal, ash and dirt mixed with dead leaves. My boots sank with each step, but not like mud. It was dry, but loose like walking on torn-up carpet padding. I made slow progress, checking for signs of illegal camping or poaching. Nothing stood out, but I did find an old trail camera nailed to a tree covered in spider webs. No markings on it, but it wasn't ours. I noted the GPS coordinates in my book, planned to report later. Sometimes hunters sneak cameras on estate land to track deer. Technically illegal, but common. I left it and moved on. A few hours passed, and I only covered a couple miles. It was just so thick. The trees didn't grow straight here. Trunks twisted as they rose, and the branches leaned toward the hollow like they were being pulled. I'm not saying that in a weird way. I mean, literally, the growth leaned inward. I'd seen trees bend toward light before, but not like this. It was as if the whole place was sinking, and the trees were bowing toward the middle. The air still felt dead. No bats, no bugs, not even a gnat near my eyes, which should have been swarming me in that heat. That should have been a red flag, but I kept moving. I don't know if it was the quiet or just the way the terrain forced me in, but before I realized it, I had gone deeper into the hollow than I'd meant to. I marked a few trees with tape, made sure I could follow the line back, but I kept thinking just a bit farther, just check the next ridge. Around 4 p.m., I found something. At the bottom of the hollow, where the ground leveled out, I came across a structure. Not a cabin, not even a shack, just a wooden frame, maybe 10 by 10 feet, with 4 upright posts and a crossbeam. No walls. Almost like someone had started building something and gave up halfway. Old, rotted wood. No markings, no tools, no signs of recent activity. It looked decades old, maybe more. The thing was dead center in a perfectly flat part of the hollow. No brush grew inside the square. None. The forest pushed up against it, branches hanging overhead, but not a single weed or sapling inside that frame. It was like the ground refused to grow anything there. I stepped inside the square, just curious. The second my foot crossed over, I felt it. Not pain, not fear, just pressure. It was like someone had put a weight on my shoulders. The air dropped 5 degrees. I stood there, sweating through my shirt, suddenly cold, suddenly very aware of how alone I was. My mouth had gone dry, and I realized I hadn't drunk anything in over 2 hours. That wasn't like me. I was careful with hydration. Always had been. I stepped back out, and the weight eased. Not completely, but enough. I didn't go back in. Instead, I circled it, trying to figure out what it was. There were old scorch marks on one of the beams, like someone had tried to burn it years ago, but only black in a corner. The rest looked untouched by weather, which didn't make sense for old wood out in the open. No rot at the base. No moss. Just bone-dry timber in the middle of black, dead dirt. I didn't like it. I noted it in my log, snapped a photo with my work phone, and turned around. I started heading back up the hollow the way I'd come, following my orange tape markers. Except I couldn't find them. I stood where I'd last placed one, but the trunk I remembered tagging was bare. I looked around. No flutter of tape, no marks. Maybe I'd missed it. I moved farther. Still nothing. I checked my GPS. The map loaded fine, coordinates showed up, but the path I'd walked in, usually logged as a breadcrumb trail, was blank. just a dot floating in green. That had never happened before. I reset the unit. Still no path. Just my location and a blank background. I wasn't panicking. Not yet. I'd done backcountry trails for years. I knew the general direction of the ridgeline. Worst case, I'd shoot a bearing west and hike until I hit the service road again. I started moving, picking through the brush, heading uphill. Except the slope didn't lead up. It kept going down. I'd turn around, change direction, try another path. Still down. It made no sense. This was a hollow. There was one low point. I couldn't be going down forever. But that's what it felt like. Every turn I made, the trees pressed closer and the slope dipped harder and the air got heavier. My pack felt twice as heavy. My legs started to cramp. I drank the last of my water and still felt thirsty. At some point, maybe 6:30 p.m., I gave up trying to get out. I decided to camp right where I was. My radio had no signal, but that wasn't rare in remote zones. I knew someone would check the log and see I was in zone 7. If I didn't report in by noon the next day, someone would come looking. I just had to wait. I cleared a space, laid out my tarp, tried to eat but couldn't stomach the MRE. I wasn't hungry. I was just tired. I lay there in the dead silence, listening to absolutely nothing. It wasn't sleep. I don't know what it was. I just closed my eyes at some point and opened them again hours later. Full dark. No moonlight. No stars. I sat up and couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Not just dark, complete black. My flashlight clicked on, but the beam felt weak, like the air swallowed it. Something moved to my left. Just a crunch of brush. Then silence. I froze. Then I heard again behind me. Not an animal. Heavier. 2 steps. Then nothing. It kept going like that all night. No pattern. Just a sound, a step, a pause. Every time I turned the light, nothing. No yesine. No animal sounds. Just the same pressure in the air, the same dead cold. When the light finally returned, barely a gray glow through the trees. I packed up and started hiking. I didn't stop to eat. I didn't even check my map. I just walked. Uphill, always uphill, through branches that pulled at me like hands, through trees that leaned too close. Around noon, I found the first marker. My tape, tied to a tree exactly where I'd left it the day before. But it was brittle, dry, and crumbling, like it had been there for years. I followed it. I've been a park ranger in the northern part of Idaho for about 11 years now. I work a sector that stretches across mostly backcountry, high elevation pines, thick groves, stretches of trail that sometimes go unused for weeks, even months during the colder seasons. My name doesn't matter, and I'm not going to romanticize the job like some people do. It's not always beautiful mountains and sunsets. Most days are routine. You check trailheads. You log fallen trees. You write up petty fines for people who leave trash or try to poach firewood. It's a quiet life. Maybe too quiet sometimes. It was late September when all this happened. That weird in-between period where the air smells like fall, but the sun still burns your skin if you're out too long. My shift had been extended for the weekend to cover for another ranger who took sick leave. I didn't mind, extra pay, and it kept me out of town. I'm not married, don't have kids, never felt the need. That weekend, I was assigned to inspect a disused trail known as Barrel Ridge. We didn't get many hikers up there because the terrain was rough and the views weren't all that impressive. But the Forest Service wanted a full recon done before winter since there were plans to reroute part of a fire road near the area. I was supposed to check the integrity of the trail, any obstructions, signs of erosion, standard stuff. I drove up early Saturday morning in one of the department's old Broncos. The trailhead was about 18 miles from the nearest ranger station and almost double that from any town. I parked the truck on the side of the old gravel service road, strapped on my day pack, and set off around 7:30 a.m. I had food, water, my GPS, a printed topo map, a trail notebook, and a cig on my belt. I don't usually carry a sidearm, but after a bear tour through a camp the week before, protocol changed. The start of the trail was what I expected. Overgrown, but still passable. I took photos of downed trees, marked spots where runoff had cut deep into the dirt, and noted the occasional animal track. Elk mostly, one or two signs of a bobcat. The forest was quiet that day. No wind. The trees just stood there like they were listening to something I couldn't hear. About 2 hours in, I reached a narrow ridge section. The trees thinned out a little, and I got a view over the valley below. That's when I noticed something strange. There was a clear space in the tree line off to the west, maybe a few hundred yards away and about 50 feet lower in elevation. It wasn't a meadow, not round or naturally shaped. It was rectangular, a hard, obvious shape, way too geometric to be natural. My first thought was logging, but no equipment access road would have reached that far in. I got curious. I stepped off trail, used my compass to keep my bearings, and slowly made my way downhill through the undergrowth. The forest was dense, and there was no game trail, so progress was slow. Every few steps I'd stop, check my direction, check for any movement, then continue. Eventually, I reached the clearing. It was even stranger up close. The area was about the size of a basketball court. Every tree had been removed cleanly at the base. No stumps, just flat ground where roots had been torn or cut. The soil was grayish, fine, almost powdery. No grass, no moss, nothing green at all, just dead, pale dirt. In the center of the space, there were long, faint scrape marks, like something heavy had been dragged in a straight line across the ground. They weren't fresh, but they were too straight, too deliberate to be from animals. I walked the perimeter, checking for any gear, signs, trail tape, anything that might explain it. Nothing. No tire tracks. No litter. No boot prints. The whole place felt wrong. That's not a word I use lightly. It didn't feel dangerous, just unnatural. Like it wasn't supposed to be there, but somehow was. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes. Then I marked the coordinates on my GPS and decided to head back to the trail. Only, the way back wasn't how I remembered it. I'm not an idiot. I've worked in forest terrain for over a decade. I know how to use a compass. I know how to read terrain. But after maybe 15 minutes of climbing, I hit another clearing. A different one. This one was smaller, maybe half the size. Same gray dirt. Same absence of vegetation. I stopped. I turned around. Tried to retrace my steps back to the first clearing, thinking maybe I circled somehow. I didn't. Instead, I ended up in another clearing. A third one. That's when my stomach dropped. I stopped trying to make sense of it. I took out my map, but my location didn't add up. According to the GPS, I had only moved a few hundred feet, but the terrain was unfamiliar. The landmarks didn't match. The ridge I came from was gone, replaced by thick trees that didn't seem familiar. I forced myself to stay calm. I decided to head north, upslope, until I reached higher ground. If I could gain elevation, I'd spot the original trail. So I climbed. It took nearly an hour, but eventually I reached a small bluff. From there, I could see over the trees again, and I saw the road. It was at least 2 miles east of me, farther than I thought I had wandered. Worse, the ridge was behind me. I had gone in the opposite direction entirely, even with the compass. That didn't make sense. My compass wasn't broken. It was functioning. I checked it against the sun. That realization hit me hard. I sat down and drank some water. I was exhausted, not just physically, but mentally. I've gotten lost before, sure, but never like this. Never while following my gear. After resting for a bit, I marked the road on my compass and made a straight push eastward. I told myself not to stop for anything. No more detours. No more exploring. That was my mistake. Halfway to the road, maybe 40 minutes into the hike, I smelled something. It was faint but sharp, metallic like rust and rotting meat. I know what a dead animal smells like. This was stronger, riper. I plugged my nose with my sleeve and pressed forward. That's when I saw the tents. 3 of them. Faded green nylon, old but intact, arranged in a triangle in a low patch of trees. There were no fire pits, no pucks, no trash, just the tents. I approached cautiously, hand on my belt, sweat running down my back. The first tent was empty. So was the second. The third one had something in it. Not a body. Bones. Small ones. Like from a deer or maybe a goat. Clean. Arranged in a line along the inside wall of the tent. Not buried. Not scattered. Laid out like someone had placed them there on purpose. I backed out and kept walking. I didn't take photos. Didn't radio it in. I don't know why. I just wanted to leave. It was almost sunset when I reached the road again. I could see my truck in the distance, like a red toy dropped between the trees. I remember walking down the gravel, knees sore, head pounding. I made it to the Bronco, unlocked the door, and sat there for a long time before turning the engine on. I drove straight back to the station. Didn't stop. Didn't eat. Didn't speak to anyone that night. Just locked the logbook, showered, and laid in my bunk staring at the ceiling. Next morning, I filed a vague report. Erosion, overgrowth, evidence of abandoned campsites. I mentioned unusual clearings, but left out everything else. The dragging marks, the tents, the bones. I didn't want to deal with the questions. 3 weeks later, I went back. Not on duty, not in uniform. Just jeans, boots, and a jacket. I drove the same gravel road, parked in the same turnout, and hiked in with a friend of mine who works wildlife survey. He had a drone, and we planned to fly it over the ridge to see if we could spot any sign of those clearings from above. We launched the drone just before noon. It made one pass, then two, then a third. Nothing. No clearings. No open spaces. Just unbroken tree canopy, ridge to ridge. I didn't understand. I still don't. I never went back after that. Transferred sectors 6 months later. I work desert land now. Flat, dry, open. You can see everything for miles. Sometimes, late at night, I still check my old GPS unit. The one I used that day. The coordinates are still there. Save under a waypoint I named Gray. But I don't think I'll ever go back. Whatever was in those woods didn't want to be found. And maybe it never will be again. I've been a park ranger for nearly 11 years now. That's a good chunk of my life spent walking through dirt paths, checking trail markers, monitoring wildlife, and talking to campers who leave trash behind. Most days are quiet, slow, and kind of repetitive. That's what I liked about the job. No city noise, no traffic, no tight schedules. Just trees, dirt, and time. I worked in a mid-sized state park in the Pacific Northwest, not far from the coast. Lots of pines, moss, wet earth. People come here for the hiking mostly, and occasionally for camping. It's not the most visited park, but it has its regulars and sees a spike during summer. I worked alone most of the time, especially on the longer trails deeper into the woods. The park had maybe 8 full-time rangers, but only 3 of us actually liked taking the remote routes. The others stayed near the entrance or patrolled the popular short trails and campsites. I like being alone out there. You start to notice everything. The way certain trees lean toward the sun, how some sections stay muddy all year, the signs animals leave behind. It was peaceful, but there was one area I avoided for a long time. Not because I was scared, just because it was a pain in the ass to get to. The northeastern section of the park doesn't get much foot traffic. The trail there, if you can call it a trail, is overgrown and steep. The incline makes it tough for most hikers. The terrain's unstable in some spots, and you need to cross a couple creeks, depending on the season. I only ever checked it maybe once a year, usually in late spring, when the snow runoff wasn't too bad and the underbrush hadn't gotten thick yet. There wasn't anything notable in that area anyway. No viewpoints, no waterfalls, no designated campgrounds. Just trees and a long-forgotten stretch of trail that probably made sense back when the park was first charted. That spring, though, we got a call from a wildlife biologist who said he lost a camera trap up near that section. He said it was part of a research project on bears in the area, and it had GPS, but the signal had stopped transmitting. He asked if someone could retrieve it. Nobody else wanted to make the trip, and I figured it was a good excuse to get out of the office for the day. I packed a light bag, just water, snacks, a first aid kit, and my radio. I carried a sidearm like all rangers do, but I never had to use it in 11 years. That morning was overcast, cool, perfect weather for hiking. I parked at the old maintenance access point near mile marker 17 and started the climb. The forest was quiet, not in a weird way, just normal quiet. Damp leaves under my boots, the occasional bird, my own breath. I followed the map the biologist emailed to us. The location was roughly 3 miles uphill past a long-forgotten fork in the trail that wasn't on our modern maps. I had to bushwhack a bit. About an hour and a half into the hike, I started seeing old markers nailed into trees, faded red ribbons, some rusted aluminum tags. It meant I was close. The GPS tracker was marked to be about 50 yards downhill from a small ridge. I followed the coordinates, sliding carefully down the slope, using roots and branches for support. That's when I noticed the first odd thing. There were gouges in the bark of a nearby tree. At first, I figured it was a bear claw marks, but they were low, way too low for a full-grown black bear, even if it was rearing down. These are maybe 2-3 feet off the ground and shallow, almost like someone had scraped the bark with a knife or a tool. I made a note of it, but kept moving. I found a camera trap maybe 10 minutes later. It had been ripped off the tree and tossed onto the forest floor. The camera casing was cracked, wires hanging out. The tree it was strapped to had similar shallow gouges. Same height. No tooth marks, no saliva, no obvious sign of a bear chewing on it. Something fell off. I packed the camera into my bag. That's when I heard it. A scream. Clear as day. Not an animal. A person. I froze. My first instinct was that someone was hurt. The sound came from the north, maybe 100 yards away, through thick trees. It wasn't a scream of panic or danger. It was weirdly steady. Not frantic. Almost like someone was calling out, but without words. Just long, drawn-out screams, spaced maybe 10 seconds apart. Then silence. I radioed to my position and told dispatch I was investigating a possible injured hiker. No response. I tried again. Nothing. That wasn't totally unusual. Some parts of the park had dead zones. I made a mental note of the direction and started toward the sound. It took longer than it should have. The terrain was rough and the undergrowth was thick. As I moved, I noticed something strange. Branches were broken at regular intervals, low to the ground. Not crushed like a bear or elk might do. Just snapped clean at knee height. Almost like someone had walked through here with a machete, clearing a narrow path. But the cuts weren't clean like from a blade. They were jagged, torn. Another scream. Closer now. I felt it in my chest this time. I moved faster, pushing through thick brush until I stepped into a small clearing. That's when I stopped cold. In the center of the clearing was a hole. Not natural. About 6 feet wide. Dug into the earth with steep sides. Dirt was piled up in a neat ring around it. No tools, no wheelbarrow, just a pit. I didn't move. I looked around, scanning the trees, listening. No scream this time. I stepped closer to the hole and leaned forward. It was deep, maybe 10 feet. The sides were uneven, clawed at, like someone had tried to climb out. At the bottom, I saw scraps of clothing. A torn flannel shirt, pieces of a boot, what looked like hair. Human hair. I stepped back. My mind was racing. Was someone trapped down there? I called out, but the sound of my own voice felt wrong in that place. I waited. No movement. No reply. Then I noticed the smell. It had been faint at first, masked by the damp earth and pine, but now it hit me right. Not fresh death. Old. Lingering. The kind that clings to your nose and throat. Something had died in that hole. Maybe someone. I turned to leave, intending to hike back, call for a team, maybe even get law enforcement involved. But as I turned, I saw something hanging from a tree across the clearing. A strip of fabric read. It wasn't a trail marker. It was tied into a crude knot, dangling from a low branch. Below it, scratched into the bark, were those same low gouges. I started to feel watched. I didn't see anything, but the woods suddenly felt alive around me. The way prey animals freeze when a predator is near. I left fast, retracing my steps, climbing the ridge again, heart pounding. The forest was dead quiet now. No birds, no wind, just the sound of my boots and my breath. Halfway down the slope, I slipped. My foot caught on something buried under the leaves. I hit the ground hard, rolled, and came to a stop beside another hole. This one smaller, maybe 4 feet across. Shallower, but same ring of dirt. Same clawed walls. It looked recent. That's when I saw the prints. Not boot prints. Bare feet. Small. Narrow. Maybe a woman's. Fresh. Leading away from the hole into the woods. I didn't follow. I got out of there, fast as I could. When I finally hit a spot with reception, I called it in. Told them I'd found what looked like a burial site and possible human remains. A search team was sent up the next day. I went with them. They found the first hole. Nothing in it. No shirt. No bullet. No hair. Just an empty pit with claw marks on the walls. They found a second hole too. Same thing. Nothing. I knew what I saw. I wasn't dehydrated. I wasn't hallucinating. I had photos of the broken camera, the scratches, even one of the pit. But when the pictures were checked, the hole wasn't visible in the shot. Just dirt and trees. Like the lens had skipped over it. The higher-ups didn't like it. They quietly marked the area as restricted for wildlife monitoring. That section's now blocked off on most public trail maps. No signs, no trails. Just dense forest. I asked around. An older ranger who retired years ago said that section used to be part of an old homestead in the early 1900s. A family tried to live up there off-grid. Lasted 2 winters before disappearing. Their cabin was torn down, but nobody ever found their graves. He told me not to go back up there. I haven't. I don't hike alone anymore. And I never go off trail. I still work in the park. Still do my rounds. But when I pass mile marker 17, I keep my eyes on the road, my hands on the wheel, and I drive a little faster until I'm well past the turnoff. Sometimes on quiet days, I think about the screams. Not frantic, not begging, just calling. Like someone trying to be found without really wanting to be. The forest doesn't give up its secrets easy. But sometimes it shows you just enough to know you don't want the whole story. And that's enough for me. I've spent a big chunk of my life working for the Park Service, mostly in the Pacific Northwest. I won't name the park, and I'm not going to give specific details that could identify any individuals involved. I signed documents saying I wouldn't, and I'm not ready to risk retirement over it. But I can tell this much. It happened in a forested area with steep ridgelines, old growth trees, and enough rain to soak your bones, even in spring. Most of the park is only accessible by foot or horseback. There are no paved roads past the ranger station, and radio contact gets spotty once you hit the thicker parts of the forest. I was stationed out there from 2010 to 2016. I spent most of my time doing what rangers do: trail inspections, wildlife monitoring, talking to campers, checking permits. If you haven't done the job, you'd be surprised how much of it involves walking alone in places most people wouldn't bother with. Places that don't have trails, ravines with slippery rocks, dense underbrush where even the deer don't seem to go. This story happened in the summer of 2014. We had a lot of activity that season, more hikers than usual, more campers. The weather had been unusually dry. Fires were a big concern. We had signs posted all over warning visitors not to light open flames, but you know how that goes. Some people think rules don't apply to them. Others are just careless. Early July, I got assigned to patrol a remote quadrant of the park we referred to as Section 12B. It was one of those areas you had to access by logging road, then hiking a few miles just to get to the perimeter. The area bordered private land, a few dozen acres of undeveloped timber property. The boundary markers were old and half worn away. We'd had issues with poachers and off-grid squatters out there before, but nothing serious. I left early that morning, packed light. Just some snacks, water, first aid kit, GPS, map, and my park-issued sidearm. We were required to carry one in remote zones after a ranger got mauled by a cougar in 2009. Never needed to draw it before. Never thought I would. It took me 3 hours to reach the ridge that overlooked Section 12B. The land down there was thick with Sitka spruce and Douglas fir, and the undergrowth was tangled enough to slow anyone down. I dropped into the valley just before noon and followed a dry stream bed that snaked through the middle. There was a lot of animal activity, elk droppings, bear tracks, and something else I couldn't immediately identify. Cloven prints, narrow and deep, not like deer. I made a note of it in my logbook. At the time, I assumed it was just a malformed hoof. About an hour into the basin, I found the remains of a small camp. No fire ring, but there was a tarp rig between trees and a pile of debris underneath. Old cans, plastic wrappers, a half-rotted sleeping bag. It wasn't an official site. No pirmitegis. Everything smelled like mildew and decay. I checked the area for signs of occupation. Fresh footprints, warm ashes, recent trash. Nothing suggested anyone had been there in the last week or two. Still, I took photos and bagged a few items for inspection. There were 2 empty shell casings on the ground. .22 long rifle. That struck me as odd. Too small for hunting anything big, but I couldn't make assumptions. Around 2 o'clock, I radioed the station to check in. The signal was weak, but I got a response. Told them I'd be continuing northeast toward the old Firebreak Trail, then circling back by dusk. That was the last time I spoke to anyone that day. The forest thickened as I pushed northeast. Trees packed tighter. Light barely touched the ground. I found myself stepping over rotting logs, tangled vines, and thorny bushes that clung to my pants like Velcro. It was slow going. The terrain sloped downward again, too gradually to notice at first, then more steeply. The GPS showed me drifting below the mapped trail zone. I knew I should double back, but curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to see where the land dropped. About 40 minutes later, I came upon something that made me stop dead in my tracks. At the bottom of the slope, the trees opened slightly. Not much, just enough to see sunlight hit a strange clearing. But it wasn't the clearing itself that got me. It was what was inside it. There was a pile of bones, big ones, scattered in a rough circle, half covered in ferns and leaf litter. I approached carefully, heart thudding. It wasn't just one animal. I counted at least 3 different skulls. Elk, maybe deer, maybe something else. One of them had its antlers sawed off, jagged and splintered like it had been hacked at with a dull blade. The rest of the bones were broken and stripped clean. Too clean. At first, I thought it might have been a predator den, maybe a mountain lion, but the arrangement didn't make sense. The bones were too spread out. Some were placed deliberately, almost in a pattern. I started to feel a pressure in my chest, like the forest had gone quiet. I realized I hadn't heard a single bird or insect in minutes. The air had a different smell, too. Thick, stale, like something had been left to rot in a sealed room. I circled the clearing, keeping my steps light. About 20 feet past the bone pile, I found a second campsite. This one was worse. The tent was collapsed, half buried in dirt and needles. A ripped backpack lay open nearby, its contents scattered. Moldy clothes, a rusted multi-tool, a smashed GPS unit. The ground was torn up like there had been a struggle. No blood, but a set of drag marks led off into the trees. I stood still for a long time. My hand hovered near my belt, near the gun, but I didn't draw it. I started marking my position on the map, just in case. Then I noticed something carved into the side of a tree near the tent. It was a symbol, a triangle with a vertical line through it. No letters, no words, just that shape. It was old. Moss had grown into the grooves. I photographed it, tagged the area on my GPS, then turned to leave. I didn't want to be there anymore. But as I started walking back up the slope, I saw something ahead of me. A figure, not moving, just standing. Too far to make out clearly, but it was upright and human-shaped. I ducked instinctively, dropped low behind a log and watched. It didn't move. I waited 5 minutes, 10. Nothing. I finally rose and took a step forward. The figure didn't react. Another step. Still nothing. Then I realized what I was looking at. It wasn't a person. It was a scarecrow. Sort of. It had a human shape, arms outstretched, legs planted in the dirt, but it was made of sticks and rags. The head was a bundle of cloth wrapped tight and bound with wire. Someone had drawn eyes on it. Charcoal, maybe. Crude black circles. It was placed right on the trail I had used to get in. But I didn't see it on the way down. I'm sure of that. I felt something then I haven't felt before or since. Not fear. Not quite. It was more like knowing. Like something had changed and I was behind the curve, like the rules had shifted when I wasn't looking. I turned around and went the long way back. It took me 3 hours to reach my truck. I didn't look over my shoulder once. Back at the station, I filed my report. Left out some things. The symbol, the bones, the scarecrow. I knew how it would sound. The next week, I went back out with a second ranger. His name was Mark. Good guy. Ex-Marine. We hiked in the same way, followed my GPS coordinates. We found the campsite debris, but the bones were gone. So was the scarecrow. The ground where it had stood was disturbed, like something had been dragged away. Mark noticed the drag marks, too. He said it was probably a bear cache site. I didn't argue. We never found the triangle carving, even though I had a photo. The tree wasn't there anymore. Or maybe we just couldn't find it. Trees look different after a week. We left without saying much. We never logged another report on that site. I heard later from a contact in Fish and Wildlife that several coyotes in that area had turned up dead, guts torn out, bodies left intact. No feeding signs, no natural predation. That fall, a hunter went missing in the same section. They never found his body, only his truck, parked half a mile from the boundary line. Engine cold, driver's door open, rifle still inside. After that, they started limiting access to Section 12B quietly. No public notices, just fewer permits. More closures due to trail damage and weather risks. I was transferred the next season. I never went back. I still hike, still camp, but not there. Never there. People think the forest is peaceful, and most of the time it is, but not always. There are places in the woods where something went wrong a long time ago, and no one ever fixed it. No fairy tales, no ghosts, just time and darkness, and whatever waits at the bottom of places we were never meant to find. That was the only time in my career I ever drew my sidearm. Never fired it, but I had it ready, safety off for the entire hike back. And that's how I know it was real. I've been working as a park ranger for a little over 12 years now. I don't talk much, and I keep to myself. I didn't take this job to deal with people or sit behind a desk. I took it because I love the forest, the quiet, the movement of wind through the trees, the way everything feels untouched when you're deep enough inside. When I'm out in the field, walking trailheads or checking camera traps, I feel calm, peaceful, safe, safer than I ever felt in any city. But there was one summer, I still remember it like it just happened last week, when I realized that even the forest has corners you don't want to walk into. Even the earth out here keeps secrets, and not everything buried wants to stay buried. This happened in 2019. I was stationed in a pretty remote region in northern Washington, inside a national forest I won't name. Not because I'm protecting the place, no, not anymore, but because I don't want anyone trying to find what I found. That summer was strange. The weather was hot, but not unusually so. There were no wildfires in our sector that year, and our team was relatively small. 3 full-time rangers and 2 seasonals. Because I was the most senior, I was responsible for a large zone stretching across the northern boundary of the forest. Nearly 60 square miles of rough terrain. Most of it wasn't even on marked trails. We had to bushwhack our way through it sometimes. One Tuesday in early July, I got a work order to check on a malfunctioning trail cam near a spot we called Dead Elk Ravine. It was a steep and narrow cut in the land, about 2 miles off the nearest trail, full of rotting logs, broken shale, and loose earth. It got its name because years ago a hiker found the half skeleton of an elk there. Head still attached, but spine curled weirdly in a horseshoe. No one ever figured out what killed it. No bullet, no arrow, no predator signs. Anyway, the trail cam down there had been glitching, sending us corrupted images, random timestamps, or sometimes just blank files. It wasn't uncommon. These cams are cheap, and the weather can mess with them. The field office just wanted me to hike out, retrieve the memory card, replace the batteries, and bring it back for diagnostics. It was supposed to be a quick solo task. I packed light, just my day packs and protein bars, a satellite radio, and my sidearm. I always carry. Not because I expect trouble, but because if something goes bad way out there, you won't be able to radio for help fast enough. You handle it yourself. I left the ranger station at 7:30 a.m. and reached the fire row by 9. From there, it was a slow climb. The forest in that zone isn't like what most people imagine. It's not peaceful and open. It's dense, heavy with ferns and brambles. The trees grow close together, their roots twist under your boots, and you're always climbing or sliding. No flat ground. The kind of place where you can lose your footing easy and not be found for a week. It took me about 3 hours to reach the general area of the camp. I had marked its coordinates on my GPS, and by 12:30, I was standing at the top of Dead Elk Ravine, looking down. I didn't like the way it felt that day. There was no wind, no bird calls, just the buzz of horseflies. The sun was out, but it barely touched the ground through the thick tree cover. I started the descent slow, watching every step. The earth here is loose, like wet coffee grounds in some spots and hard as bone in others. You slip once, you might not stop sliding until the bottom. I found the cam a little lower than I expected. Maybe someone mounted it on a different tree than the original. It was zip-tied to a trunk that leaned slightly over the ravine's slope, and the lens pointed downward toward a small flat section, maybe 20 feet wide. That patch of flat ground had always been odd. No undergrowth, just moss and a few scattered stones. I took the camera down and checked the battery port. Corroded. That explained the malfunction. I popped the SD card into my handheld reader. First few photos were fine. Deer mostly. One black bear sniffing the camera. Then the images started to look off. Not corrupted, just strange. The timestamps jumped around. 2:42 a.m., then 7:13 p.m., then 4:21 a.m. again. And there were pictures of nothing, just a mossy ground over and over. Same spot. But if you look closely, things changed slightly between them. One photo had a rock. The next one didn't. Then the rock was back, but moved a few inches. A small pile of leaves appeared where there were none before. Then gone again, like something was rearranging the forest floor at night. The last image was taken at 3:17 a.m., 2 nights prior. It showed a small black mound at the far edge of the flat spot, like a bag or something curled up. But zoomed in, it looked like hair. Short, rough, matted. I couldn't tell what it was, but it was gone in the next photo. I pocketed the SD card, made a note to flag the camera for replacement, and was about to climb back up when I heard something. A click. Not loud, but sharp, like metal on stone. I froze. My first thought was another ranger. Maybe one of the seasonals wandered down. But we all logged our routes, and no one else was scheduled to be in this quadrant. I stayed crouched, ear straining. Then I saw it. Just a quick flash. A small square of something shiny buried halfway in the moss at the far end of the flat area. I moved toward it. I don't know why. Curiosity, maybe. I should have left it alone. As I got closer, I saw that the shiny square was a corner of a metal box, maybe 12 inches wide, sunken into the earth. It looked old. Military green, dinted on one side, almost camouflaged. No label, just a latch on the front. I pulled it out. It was heavier than it looked. Something shifted inside when I tilted it. I opened the latch. Inside were 3 things: a rusted pocket knife, a cracked leather wallet, and a strip of old Polaroids held together with a rubber band. The wallet had an ID inside. Faded, but readable. Ronald E. Martin. DOB 1968. No missing persons report by that name ever crossed my desk. The Polaroids made my stomach tighten. They were all taken in this forest. You could tell by the tree patterns, the moss, even some of the rocks that hadn't moved in decades. Some were selfies. A man, maybe in his 40s, with sunburned skin and tired eyes. Always alone. Always in the same clearing. The last few photos showed something else. Tents. Makisiftkon. And in the background of one, barely visible, a man-shaped figure standing far off in the trees. Not close, but visible enough that it didn't look like a trick of the light. The last photo was different. It was a shot of the ground. Just moss. Same as those blank hammer trap images. I don't know why, but something about that photo made my skin crawl more than the others. I put everything back in the box and started to relatch it when I heard another noise. A rustle. Not from the trees above, but from the ground just a few feet away. I stepped back fast, drawing my sidearm. The moss near the edge of the clearing shifted. Not much, just enough to puff a little dirt up. It was like something underneath had moved. Not an animal. I know how animals move. This was slower, more like a muscle flexing under skin. I backed up, climbing up the ravine faster than I should have. Half slipped, grabbed a root, pulled myself the rest of the way up. Once I got to the top, I didn't stop. I hiked back without a single break, didn't eat, barely drank. I didn't want to be there anymore. Something about that ravine, it wasn't just the box. It was the quiet, the wrongness of the space. Like it wasn't part of the forest anymore. When I reached the truck, I took the SD card and the box straight back to the station. I didn't tell anyone. I should have. I know that. But I wanted to go through it first. Maybe file a quiet report later. No drama. Just facts. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those photos. Especially the ones that showed the ground changing. Rocks moving. Leaves rearranged. Like something was cataloging the space. Or worse, covering something up. I took out the SD card again, loaded the images onto my laptop. There were new ones. Images that weren't there before. I swear on my life, they hadn't been there during my first review. One showed me, standing near the camera, holding the metal box. Another, the last one, showed me climbing back up the ravine, taken from a low angle. Like something was lying flat on the ground, watching me leave. I stopped breathing for a few seconds when I saw it, because I was alone out there, and no one, nothing should have been behind that camera when I was packing up. I went back out 2 days later. I told the office I needed to verify some markings along the boundary line. They didn't ask questions. This time I brought a shovel. I hiked back to the ravine, stood at the edge for a long time, just staring at that flat patch below. The moss had been disturbed again. You could see the smudges in the soil, the uneven patches. It wasn't just footprints. It was like something had brushed away all signs of movement. I climbed down, careful, real slow. When I reached the clearing, I chose a spot at random and started to dig. The earth was soft, too soft. After just a few minutes, the smell hit me. Old, not fresh, deep rot, old meat, wet clothes, and soil soaked in something sour. I kept digging. My shovel struck something solid. I cleared the dirt away. It was a bone,